Under a mostly clear sky with a game-time temperature of 79 degrees, we welcome you to Bison Softball Park on the campus of Oklahoma Baptist University at Shawnee for this afternoon's Great American Conference Series finale between longtime rivals Oklahoma Baptist University and Southern Nazarene. Hello again, everyone. I'm Todd Miller along with Zach Frazier and our crew bringing you this coverage this afternoon. OBU uniquely will be the visiting team of the first ball game as the regular season schedule said 2 games in Bethany, 1 here in Shawnee. But the series at Bethany was cut to 1 game because of impending weather, so they decided the 2 teams would play it as a doubleheader when the Storm visited Shawnee and SNU would be the home team in the first ball game. So let's take a look at the starting lineups. First of all, for Oklahoma Baptist, leading off for Sam Maples and playing second base, Addie Reese. Batting second at shortstop is Cheyenne Sandoval. Hitting third and catching Josie Sparks. Batting cleanup, the DP, Sam Campos. Hitting fifth at first base, Shelby Warden. Batting sixth in left field is Emily Smith. Batting seventh for the Bison at third base, Gwen Miller. Hitting eighth for OBU at center field, Sammy Green. And batting ninth in right field, Reagan Ford. So again for the Bison, it's Reese at second, Sandoval at short, and Sparks catching. Campos the DP, Warden at first, and Smith at left. Miller at third, Green in center, and Ford in right field with Hayley Jones on the circle for Oklahoma Baptist. Let's listen in now to our prayer and our national anthem.
For the playing of our national anthem. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day and this game you allow us to play. We pray that you keep the players from harm and they perform to the best of their abilities. In your name we pray, amen.
Our national anthem here on Bison Hill before the first pitch against Southern Nazarene will be the designated home team here in the first ball game. SNU comes in with a record of 15-18, but they are red hot. They started 4-15. The Crimson Storm have won 11 of their last 14. Brian Madden, who's in his first season outright as the head coach in Bethany, has his team at 15-18 and 12-7 in the Great American Conference play. Oklahoma Baptist is 21-17. They have matched the Division II era for the most wins in a season with those 21. They're 9-10 of the conference after taking 2 of 3 from Southeastern Oklahoma State here last week. Their head coach, Sam Maples, in her 4th season. Sam already the 4th winning as softball coach on Bison Hill with 73 victories and 86 losses. OBU at home this season is 5-6. Southern Nazarene on the road this season is 4-7. Defensively for the Crimson Storm, it's Emma Swearingen at first base. Natalie Jones is the shortstop. Jones is at second. Brooklyn Sullivan is the shortstop, and Hayley Evans is at third. Caitlyn Bates is the left fielder. Sydney Sunby is at center field, and Haley Fellers is the right fielder. Liana Hashesky, the Hawaiian native, is the catcher, and Jennifer Romero will make the start. For Jennifer Romero, this is her 22nd start, 29th appearance. Her record is 9 wins and 9 losses with an earned run average of 4.51. Here we go under mostly clear skies with breezy conditions. Winds blowing out towards right center field as Addie Reese will lead off for the first pitch of the contest. Misses away, 1 ball, no strikes. We bring you to our broadcast, Zach Frazier, who joins us for both games tonight. Zach, good conditions, chance for OBU to move up in the standings against a quality opponent.
Yeah, we've seen OBU perform in this moment before. You look back to this past weekend series against Southeastern, very similar place for the Bison.
1 ball, 1 strike to Addie Reese. Reese comes into the ball game hitting .250 on the season. That pitch is down and in. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. OBU is dead last in team batted average in the Great American Conference at just over .240. So the Nazarene ranks in the top 4 in the conference in batted average. Fastball down the middle, looked at for a strike, and the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. As was the case last week, Sam Maples is in the dugout. Her assistant, Jace Brewer, is the third base coach. Into the first base box is assistant Jessica Boone. There's a slow roller, first base side of the mound, gloved by Romero, underhands to first, and that's the way the ball game starts on a 1-3 putout.
Romero did a great job working both corners. She started with the fastball outside, working it inside, trying to keep these hitters off balance.
Cheyenne Sandoval, the shortstop, will come to the plate. Cheyenne, a senior, hitting .236, start and appearance number 39. 25 hits, that ranks her 4th on the ball club. She has homered 1 time and driven in 11. First pitch scoots to the backstop, and it's ball number 1. OBU played at Southern Nazarene in the first game of what was scheduled to be a doubleheader last month. It was a pitcher's duel, 1-0 the Crimson Storm, a winner over OBU. In comes Romero's 1-0 pitch, outside corner for a strike, and it's 1-1. Jennifer Romero has worked now 113 2/3 innings with 95 strikeouts and 55 walks. She's given up a high number of hits, 125. There's a called strike on a changeup at the letters, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. She has allowed 88 runs, 73 earned, 55 walks, and 95 strikeouts. Romero's pitch upstairs, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cheyenne Sandoval in the recently completed series with Southeastern here. Last weekend went 1 for 7 with a run scored and an RBI. The pitch downstairs, and the count's full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sandoval went 1 for 3 in her 3 at-bats at Southern Nazarene. That 1-0 OBU loss to the Crimson Storm in Bethany. Romero looks over to the first base dugout. Now gets the side of the pitch is lined into right field. Fellers comes in, though, with the wind pushing it out. And it's an easy out number 2 here in the first. So here's the catcher, Josie Sparks. She had a terrific weekend against Southeastern, 5 for 11. She drove in 2 runs, also had a couple of doubles. So 2 doubles, 3 singles for Josie Sparks, and a run scored. Sparks is up to .308 in her 5th season here at OBU. 37th start, 38th game played with 36 hits, a team-high 8 home runs, ranking 5th. She pops that one out into left field. Bates is there with the wind pushing it to her left, and she makes the catch, and that's the inning. 1, 2, 3 and out. Go the Bison to the first. Southern Nazarene coming up next. This is OBU Softball on the Bison Sports Network.
Noble McIntyre.
And I'm Jordan Klinger of McIntyre Law.
The devastation of losing a loved one is impossible to measure. When it happens because of someone else's negligence, the grief can be overwhelming. Wrongful death cases are unique.
Whether the cause was an automobile, semi, motorcycle, medical malpractice, or job-related accident, we can help.
If you want to know more about your family's rights, call us. The consultation is free. We love what we do, and we're good at it. We are trial lawyers. Call McIntyre Law today. I'm Noble McIntyre.
And I'm Jordan Klinger of McIntyre Law.
The devastation of losing a loved one is impossible to measure. When it happens because of someone else's negligence, the grief can be overwhelming. Wrongful death cases are unique.
Whether the cause was an automobile, semi, motorcycle, medical malpractice, or job-related accident, we can help.
If you want to know more about your family's rights, call us. The consultation is free. We love what we do, and we're good at it. We are trial lawyers. Call McIntyre Law today. I'm Noble McIntyre.
And I'm Jordan Klinger of McIntyre Law.
Noble McIntyre of McIntyre Law. If you need an experienced award-winning personal injury attorney, call OBU alumnus Noble McIntyre and his team at McIntyre Law. Todd Miller, Zach Frazier, the crew with you on a sun-splashed Tuesday afternoon, about as good as it gets here in early April. No threat of rain after heavy rain the last couple of days here in the Shawnee area. And if you walk around the grounds, there's a lot of standing water around. But the infield looks great. Hayley Jones, who is 1 strikeout away from making history, will toe the circle and will face the 1, 2, and 3 hitters in Southern Nazarene's lineup. Hashiki, the Hawaiian-born catcher, will lead off hitting .422. Hashiki, 6 doubles, a triple, 2 home runs, and 19 driven in. Hayley Jones begins play today with 210 strikeouts. That is tied with former Bison and current East Central softball coach Destiny Anderson for the most strikeouts in program history in a single season. Hashiki, the left-handed batter, steps in, and the first pitch is down and in, 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the interesting thing, though, Zach, and this is how impressive Hayley has been. Anderson back in 1998 registered 210 strikeouts and 229 innings. Hayley 144 innings. Fly ball out into left, coming in as the left fielder Smith, and she'll make the catch, and there's out number 1. So a good start to this one. Hashiki flies out, and that brings us to the second baseman, Natalie Jones. Jones hitting .369 with 34 starts, 41 hits, 13 doubles, and 3 home runs. So the Nazarene, to their starting lineup, coming in, has out-homered, actually, OBU and their starters. Ground ball headed for left field, the base hit. So the first runner of the ball game belongs to the Crimson Storm. Here is Caitlyn Curry, as she is listed on the stat sheet, but she recently married. Her maiden name is Caitlyn Bates. Caitlyn Bates, the left fielder for the Crimson Storm, is hitting .295, start number 34, 31 hits, 4 home runs, and 21 driven in. Hayley Jones delivers, and the pitch lined into the gap in right center field. It's trouble. It's off the top of the fence. Digging for third base is Jones. They'll put the stop sign up, and they're at the corners now for Southern Nazarene with 1 out. There's a yellow stripe that rides the top of the fence, and that was no more than about 2.5 feet below that yellow stripe when it caromed off. And fortunately for OBU, Zach, they get a good carom to hold the runner to first and third.
It's a great throw by Sammy, not overextending the throw, just getting the ball to Sandoval at short, just keeping the runner where it's at. Now you're relying on Jones to handle the batter at the plate.
Emma Swearingen, a cleanup hitter, has a chance to do that and give Southern Nazarene an early lead against Hayley Jones. Jones' first pitch is swung on and foul tip. She chased one up in the zone and just made contact. No balls and 1 strike. Swearingen is a freshman hitting .338 in her first collegiate season. 33rd game, 25th start, 26 hits, 3 home runs, and 17 driven in. All but Sydney Sunby in the starting lineup for Southern Nazarene has homered at least once this season. No balls, 2 strikes to Emma. OBU coming off a great weekend, winning 2 of 3, including walk-off victory Saturday afternoon. Southern Nazarene was very, very impressive as they hammered Northwestern Oklahoma State in Bethany, outscoring the Lady Rangers 28-10 to sweep that weekend series. No balls, 2 strikes. Emma Swearingen facing Hayley Jones, and the pitch is outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hayley picked up 2 wins and a loss against Southeastern. She's 14-9 of the year with a .253 earned run average. In comes the 1-2 pitch. Rise ball high, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jones again has tied the single season OBU record for strikeouts with 210 and only 52 walks in 144 innings. In comes the 2-2 pitch. Upstairs, and it's full. 3 balls and 2 strikes with Haley Fellers, the right fielder, standing on deck.
And you get the feeling that Jones just doesn't want to miss in the zone. She tried to hit that rise ball 3 times, paint the top corner of the zone. Look to see off speed down low.
In comes the 3-2 pitch. And she is punched out on strikes. Boy, it was a lethargic punch out of the home plate umpire. I thought he was going to call it ball 4. It looked up and in from up here, Zach. But there is history on strikeout number 210 for Hayley Jones.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Hayley Jones, one of the greatest girls on this Bison team. She's been working nonstop, not only to get better at her craft, but also stay healthy, fighting injuries, it feels like, constantly. So it's a credit to her durability being in the circle.
Senior right fielder Haley Feller steps in, swings away, and misses at a fastball for a strike. It's 0-1. Southern Nazarene with two of their first 3 hitters aboard. There are 2 out. Hayley Jones trying to keep it scoreless after 1 full inning. Southern Nazarene, the designated home team. Here in the first ball game, OBU will be the home team in the second. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. You can see Jones' MO has been high in the zone to these SNU hitters. And now off to second base goes Bates. So it's second and third, and the count remains no balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Tried to check, went around, strikeout number 2 for Hayley Jones, and 2 are left for Southern Nazarene. No runs, 2 hits. We've completed 1. No score in Shawnee, and this is OBU softball on the Bison Sports Network.
How can you describe Whataburger's honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich? The chicken just has a certain... And then there's the sauce that just gives you a little bit of... And the cheese? It's the exact right amount of... It's almost too hard to put it into... Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich at Whataburger. Just like you like it.
No score despite a threat by Southern Nazarene to their half of the first. Sam Campos will lead off for OBU here in the second. Campos is the designated hitter. Sam comes into the contest hitting .315, but is scuffling. He's been 0 for 3 against SNU pitching to Bethany, 1 for 8. That one home run, that one hit, though, was a home run, a 2-run home run against Southeastern here over the weekend. Fly ball into right to Fellers, who comes in, and that is out number 1. So OBU has really hit the ball on the screws 3 times here against Romero, but have nothing to show for it.
And that's going to be hard if you try to plump that ball kind of over the short or the short side, right over that second baseman. A lot of those fly balls are going to get pushed into right field and be put outs today.
Here's Shelby Warden, who came in Game 2 of the series with Southeastern, started Game 3, and is still out there at first base. Emily Richardson had played all but a couple of games starting at first, and she is out for the first game today. 1 ball, no strikes. Shelby Warden went 0 for 4 against Southeastern. She takes a changeup for a strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Southern Nazarene has had the better end of this series with OBU. The Storm has beaten OBU 4 straight on the softball diamond since OBU's last win in 2019. Foul ball back to the netting, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Southern Nazarene is just a couple of years removed from winning the Great American Conference postseason tournament championship. They have a old/new head coach. That sounds strange. We'll tell you why in a minute. 1-2 pitch. Slow roller out to short. Cut off by the third baseman. No. Picked up by Sullivan to first, and the throw is awry. And Warden will reach. Let's see if they score that, a hit or an error. There was no advancement, and Sullivan had a tough play. It was at the hole at short. And with Evans, the third baseman, cut it off her and move it in front of her.
Now batting, number 8, left fielder.
I think that's going to have to be an error, Todd. I don't know that that's not a basic enough play that play should have been made. Warden probably should have been thrown out there.
I agree with you. First pitch to Emily Smith is a strike, and it's no balls, 1 strike. Emily today is making her 21st start, 23rd appearance. She is a senior. Comes in hitting .162 on the spring. They have scored that an infield hit. Here's the pitch. That's hit hard down the left field line, but tailed off foul. Bates gives chase, but to no avail.
And this is the second or third time already early in this game we've seen a Bison hitter attack the count early with swings and go down 0-1, 0-2, 1-2. And we have to wonder if that's going to be the strategy today from Coach Brewer to get these Bison hitters on the ball early.
No balls, 2 strikes to Emily Smith. Ground ball slowly hit to third. Evans up with it to second for 1. That's all they'll get, as Warden is forced out 5-4, and Emily reaches on the fielder's choice. Well, that's something we saw Southeastern do in their 9-3 series opening victory here last Friday night, Zach. And then OBU kind of took a page out of the Storm's playbook, and they were very aggressive in winning 1-0 and 4-3 here Saturday. First pitch is lined into left center field. That's down for a base hit. So each team now with 2 hits. OBU's coming here with a second. It's first and second for Sammy Green.
And that's a great play by Coach Brewer, I think, because a lot of times when you watch the OBU softball team early in the year, you saw a strike come almost unanimously on the first pitch because normally these Bison hitters would sit off and hold on that pitch. So swinging on the first pitch may have some value for the Bison.
Gwen Miller, dating back to the Southeastern Series, now 3 for her last 7 as Green takes low and in for ball number 1. We'll go ahead and address it right now. You're looking at the screen, you're going, holy cow, who's who? Yeah, you're right. Southern Nazarene wearing black and white. OBU is actually in charcoal gray and white. But with the sunlight, it looks like they're wearing black too. 2 balls, no strikes down to Sammy Green. I was honestly surprised after SNU arrived in the black uniforms that OBU didn't go back to the locker room and change. Guess it's not that big of a deal. 2-0 pitch. Upstairs, 3 balls and no strikes.
I guess that's the good thing about baseball and or softball. The jerseys realistically don't matter as much as maybe a basketball or a football or a team sport where the pace is a little bit faster.
3 balls, no strikes to Sammy Green. The pitch from Romero is on the inside corner for a strike, and it's 3-1.
Credit to Romero for throwing on the edge there. Romero probably very easily could have just settled in and threw a fastball down the middle, but she still didn't want to give Green anything good to look at.
3 balls, 1 strike on a warm afternoon. It was almost 80 degrees at game time. Ground ball to second, Jones to first. Hitting over. OBU gets 2 hits. They leave 2 aboard. We have played 1.5. It's still no score between Southern Nazarene and Oklahoma Baptist on the Bison Sports Network.
How can you describe Whataburger's honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich? The chicken just has a certain... And then there's the sauce that just gives you a little bit of... And the cheese? It's the exact right amount of... It's almost too hard to put it into... Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich at Whataburger. Just like you like it.
Bison fans, stay up to date on the latest in OBU sports by following us on Facebook at OBU Bison and on Twitter and Instagram at OBU_athletics. Keep up with everything OBU softball by following them on OBU_softball on Twitter and Instagram. Southern Nazarene with 2 hits in the first, OBU with 2 in the second. We play in the bottom half of the inning. It is still scoreless. And Hayley Evans, the third baseman, will lead off against Caitlyn Jones, who made history in her half of the first inning, striking out 2 to become the single-season strikeout leader on Bison Hill. She now has 212. Right-hander's first pitch is upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Hayley Jones, 3 appearances, 2 games started, 2 wins, 1 loss against Southeastern here over the weekend. Swing and a miss, 1 ball, 1 strike. In those 3 appearances, she totaled 17 1/3 innings with 21 strikeouts. And, Zach, she got out of some real jams. Pitched to a 1.62 earned run average. In comes the pitch. Little high, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
And you're right. It feels like that's been kind of the staple of this Bison pitching staff, especially you go back the past couple of series. Both pitchers, not only Jones but also Younts, have been able to dig themselves out of some tough situations.
2-1 the count to Evans. Fastball on the inside corner for a strike, and it's 2-2. So after a fly out to left, singles to Jones and Bates, back-to-back strikeouts got Caitlyn Jones out of the first. She now is 2-2 with Hayley Evans, the Southern Nazarene third baseman. The pitch just did stay alive, fouled it back to the netting.
And Jones, we haven't seen her go to the off-speed like we've kind of come to expect, especially with her sequence, which will be an inside fastball, outside rise ball, and then come to the off-speed. So I'd look for the off-speed here.
Here's the 2-strike pitch again. Good call. She just missed it, as could see Josie Sparks there framing that pitch for an extra second. So another 3-2 pitch. She went 3-2 to Swearingen back in the first and got a called third strike. Here's Jones' pitch, and that's lined into right field for a base hit. So Southern Nazarene now has 3 hits, and now they throw to first, and out at first base is going to be Evans. How about that play by Reagan Ford out in right? I think Evans was like I was. She'd given up on the play, thinking it was a base hit, and she just kind of jogged down to first. And a very big heads-up play that time by Reagan Ford.
Credit to Reagan Ford. She's one of the most heads-up outfielders you'll see here. If you've been watching recently, she's been playing left with Emily getting inserted to left field. She has been moved over to right in place of Mia Matamog, who's been playing the last couple of games out there at right field. Heads-up play for her at a new position.
Anna Eisenhower now bats with one out, and the base is empty. She takes low, 1 ball, no strikes. Eisenhower hitting .283. This is her 19th start of the spring. And in comes Jones' pitch into the bat handle and driven into deep right center field. That's gone. And I'm telling you, that was on the handle of the bat. But she got enough of it elevated, and that wind did the rest. 1-0 Southern Nazarene.
And you're absolutely right. It was a great, well-placed ball by Jones on the inside of the zone. And any other day with the wind not blowing out to right field as hard as it is, probably doesn't get out of the ballpark. But that's the story of the game when you play softball in Oklahoma.
Eisenhower with her 5th home run of the season. It's 1-0 Crimson Storm. And here is the shortstop, Brooklyn Sullivan. Sullivan making just her 19th appearance, start number 17. She is a senior. Throws right, bats right, a shortstop, hitting .308. Here's Kaylee's first pitch, up and in, 1 ball, no strikes. One other note we need to pass along to you, Hayley Jones, with 212 strikeouts, not only leads the Great American Conference, it has set a single-season record for OBU softball. She is the national leader in strikeouts this season as well. Pitch fouled out. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Nothing Southern Nazarene. They've out-hit Oklahoma Baptist 3-2. The difference, Eisenhower's solo home run here in the second. Hayley Jones brings it home, and a called strike, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And one of the biggest things you'll notice when you watch Hayley Jones pitch is her misses. She doesn't have, when she's at her best, her misses aren't wide or high. Every miss is swingable for most hitters, and that's why she's so great.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Popped it up on the infield. Reese comes in from second and has it for out number 2. So here is the final SNU hitter to have her first look at Hayley Jones, center fielder Sydney Sunby, who's hitting .203. We told you Sunby is the only starter today that has not homered at least once in Southern Nazarene's lineup. She's driven in 1 run. Here's Jones' first pitch. Fastball at the letters on the inside half, 0-1 the count.
And that's what I think makes Hayley Jones, with the help of Coach Maples, so devastating. Her sequencing does not fall in rhythm like you see other pitchers struggle with.
Fastball high, 1 ball, 1 strike. 13th home run, incidentally, of the year given up by Hayley Jones, and that is her 24th as a staff for OBU. 1-0 Southern Nazarene, nobody aboard, 2 out in the second. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, went with the fastball away and just overpowered Sunby.
And there's 2 pitches Hayley Jones will throw off that outside fastball. She'll either go up and away with the rise ball, start at the numbers and roll it up, or she'll go inside and low with the off-speed.
Sunby has struck out a third of her at-bats, 74 coming in. That pitch is away. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. She has struck out 25 times in 74 at-bats entering this plate appearance. 1-0 Southern Nazarene, bottom of the second. Here is the 2-2 pitch, and she swats it up near the eyes. Taylene foul into the right field corner out of reach of Reagan Ford. Again, we will explain, the doubleheader this year was scheduled for Bethany. They played 1 game. It went quickly, 1-0. The second game then was postponed. The teams agreed to move that home game from Bethany to Shawnee. The first game of the doubleheader here would then be Southern Nazarene's home game. 2-2 the count. Nobody on, 1 out. 1-0 in the second. Hayley Jones brings the pitch home, and Sunby stays alive. Sydney Sunby bats right, throws right. Sophomore center fielder. On base percentage of less than 300. Batted average .203. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and she stuck the bat head out, sinking liner, and giving effort is Green. It hits underneath her glove and rolls to the wall, and that's going to be a double for Sunby. There was a good piece of hitting because Sunby literally just stuck the bat head out and then served it out into center field.
And it was Kaylee Jones' off-speed almost worked against her there. Somebody was not ready for the off-speed, and that kind of, you're right, the bat kind of looked like it was just sitting out there, and it just blooped right in the center. And Green, I think, made the right play of diving for that ball. You know, it's kind of a bang-bang play. Do you just hold up and wait and it would be an automatic, almost a single, almost guaranteed single, or do you dive for it and let it be a double?
Ashiki, who flied out to left her first time up, bats and takes a fastball to the outside corner for a strike. Already 4 hits and a run off Kaylee Jones through an inning and 2/3. Jones gave up 9 runs on 10 hits at a start here last Friday night against Southeastern. The pitch is fouled back and it snowballs 2 strikes. Those were the most runs and hits allowed in the previous 3 weeks of work, going back to giving up double digits in runs and hits to Harding here in this ballpark. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Just misses away, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. So it has been a high-stress start for Kaylee Jones, working around a 2-on, 1-out jam of the first, now working around a 2-out, 1-in, 1-on jam of the second. The pitch lined into center field and caught by Sammy Green to retire the side. Boy, we've seen both teams hit the ball with the screws, and a lot of times it's been right to the defense. 1 run, 2 hits for the Crimson Storm. They take a 1-0 lead to the third of the Bison Sports Network.
Noble McIntyre.
And I'm Jordan Klinger of McIntyre Law.
The devastation of losing a loved one is impossible to measure. When it happens because of someone else's negligence, the grief can be overwhelming. Wrongful death cases are unique.
Whether the cause was an automobile, semi, motorcycle, medical malpractice, or job-related accident, we can help.
If you want to know more about your family's rights, call us. The consultation is free. We love what we do, and we're good at it. We are trial lawyers. Call McIntyre Law today.
One nothing Southern Nazarene. OBU will send 9-1-2 up against Jennifer Romero. Reagan Ford will lead things off. Reagan had a single and 7 at-bats against Southeastern over the weekend. She went hitless in the loss at Southern Nazarene last month. First pitch by Romero. It is on the outside corner for a ball. Corners are pinched in for the slap-hitting left-hander. Here's the pitch. Downstairs, and it's 2 balls, no strikes.
And Ford, what has served to be a great leadoff hitter for this Bison team, leading the team in terms of starters today in on-base percentage.
Romero's pitch called a strike, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Romero went 7 innings, allowed 3 hits, 7 strikeouts, and 2 walks in earning that hard-fought 1-0 victory against Kaylee Jones at OBU and Bethany. A pop-up near home plate. Ashiki is there and dropped it. It hit her glove, popped out, and she nearly was able to catch it, dive into the carom. So Ford gets a break, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ashiki, you probably have noticed it by now, is a left-handed throwing catcher. That is something you rarely ever see in either softball or baseball. It's more common in softball. 2-2 pitch. Slow roller to third. Evans playing in, has it, goes to first. And by a step retires Reagan Ford.
And Ford was not about to make the mistake that we saw in the last inning when a ball that is realistically a close, could be an infield single, could not. You will never not see Reagan Ford dig that ball out to first, where when you look back at Southern Nazarene, they would have had 2 runners on with 2 out late in that last inning.
Addie Reese, the second baseman to bat. She's 0 for 1 of the ball game. Addie is 1 for 4 against Southern Nazarene this season and swings and misses for a strike. Those 7 strikeouts for Romero are the second most that she's had in a game this season. She's done that one other time. The most was 8, and that was against Southwestern on March the 14th. 1 ball and 1 strike. Since the 7 strikeout game against OBU and 2 starts later, striking out 8 against Southwestern. She has only struck out more than 5 on one occasion. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That was a 6 strikeout performance against Arkansas Tech on March the 18th. Nobody on, 1 out. We are in the 3rd inning. Here's the pitch. Downstairs, they set that one well outside. It's exactly where Romero fired it.
And Romero, much like Jones, has already established an amazing off-speed, off what is a really quick fastball. So she'll have the really quick fastball and tempo off with off-speed.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball, base hit into left field. Got it just past the third baseman, and Addie has her first hit. And that's number 3 for the Bison in 3 innings as Sandoval will come to the plate. Southern Nazarene, not quite as good perhaps as they were last year. They had Mahina Sauer, who was an All-American. She's one of the most decorated softball players in SNU history. She could hit, she could pitch, she did everything. The Babe Ruth of Division II softball. First pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0 Southern Nazarene, top of the 3rd inning from Bison Softball Park, and that sun is warm today. Pitch fouled off, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Zach, tomorrow football practice resumes for you and the guys, and it's going to be cooler. That'll be nice.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you never really know what you're going to get. You wake up, it could be 80, could be 40, could be rainy, could be sunshine, and no matter what, you'll see the Bison out there practicing.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Into the handle and fouled off, so Sandoval at a 1-2 hole. They were scheduled to practice yesterday. That was stormed out. They'll make that practice up Thursday, so instead of Monday, Wednesday, Friday this week, OBU will go with the practice field at 3:30 Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Here's the 1-2 pitch. High and away. 60s for the highs starting tomorrow. Warmer on Saturday, and it's going to be windy over the weekend. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Little fister behind home plate. This time it's an easy play for Hashiki, and she'll double up the runner at first. Reese was off with contact, and Leanna had an easy 2-3 double play. 1 hit, nobody left after 2.5. Still 1-0 Southern Nazarene to the Bison Sports Network.
That's a bag full of Whataburger's Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwiches. How long will you have to wait before you enjoy yours? Oh, about that long. Whataburger's Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back for a limited time, just like you like it.
One nothing Southern Nazarene. Natalie Jones will lead off against Hayley Jones. Jones against Southern Nazarene and Bethany on March the 8th. 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 11 strikeouts, and 2 walks. And I think that performance, as much as any, Zach, typifies this season. OBU has gotten really good starting pitching when Jones has been to the circle, but the offense oftentimes has let her down.
And that's kind of been the thing me and you have preached, especially these past couple of weeks, even dating back to the ECU series a couple of weeks ago. It feels like the Bison have just been one aspect of the game away from winning a lot of games, whether it's fielding, maybe making a couple errors in the infield, or the pitching maybe hasn't. If it's not Jones, maybe someone else has struggled. But it feels like this Bison team is starting to get hot at the right times, and the bats are just kind of the last thing to come along.
Natalie Jones to lead off the third, 1-0 SNU. The first pitch is off speed, and downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Bates and then Swearigan here in the third for the Crimson Storm. They lead the all-time series 22-18-2 with OBU. Here's the 1-0 pitch. In tight with a fastball, 2 balls, no strikes. On Bison Hill, we've gone mobile. From schedules to news alerts about your favorite Bison program, the OBU mobile app has you covered. You can find the app on Google Play and the iPhone App Store. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That's a called strike at the knees, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Hayley Jones, before the start against Southeastern here last Friday night, had struck out 10 or more batters in 8 consecutive starts. That one was fouled off, and the count levels at 2 balls and 2 strikes. She struck out 7, walked 1 over 5 innings, giving up 9 runs, 9 hits with 4 walks, and that 9-3 loss to Southeastern. She came in, earned a win in relief, an inning in the third with 3 strikeouts in the first game of Saturday's doubleheader, then struck out 11 in 11 innings in a 4-3 Bison victory to complete the series. Fly ball into left field. It's sinking quickly. Emily Smith comes in and stretches out to make the catch. And there's 1 out here in the third. That's one of the few swings that we've seen from either side that they didn't really make very good contact.
Absolutely, and you're right. And even the ones we felt like were on the handle sitting back here have given great rides close to the wall. There's been one off the 3-foot wall that we thought was going to be a fly ball.
Caitlyn Bates, first pitch is a strike, 0-1 the count. The one I'm thinking about is Eisenhower's fly ball to right center field that got up in the jet stream just enough for the wind to push it out of the ballpark, and therein is the difference in this ball game. Jones looks over to the dugout, now brings the pitch home. Down and in, 1 ball, 1 strike. Hayley Jones, 2.53 earned run average, over 28 appearances and now 24 starts for OBU. Swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jones has looked to work more high and even sometimes away, Zach, in her pitches to this Southern Nazarene club. Here is the 1-2 pitch. Fly ball into right center field. On the run is Green, and she'll make the racing catch to take away an extra base hit.
And
that's why they love Sammy Green so much in center.
And you're absolutely right. The athleticism in this Bison outfield right now. Ford, who's a great athlete out and right. Green, who you can see can cover from realistically from flagpole to flagpole if she needs to. She is an unbelievable athlete at center, and you don't sacrifice the arm with her athleticism.
Swearingen was called out on strikes back in the first. Takes low, 1 ball, no strikes. Emma was history. She became the 211th strikeout victim of Hayley Jones in a single season. That is a new school record, surpassing Destiny Anderson of East Central. She is a Hall of Famer here at OBU. 2 balls, no strikes. Would have been nice if Hayley could have gotten number 211 with Destiny Anderson sitting in that first base dugout. In comes the 2-0 pitch. At the letters for a strike, it's 2-1.
Might be a little bit easier for Coach Anderson to applaud from a distance more so than being in attendance sitting there watching one of her girls strike out.
2-1 the count. The pitch, bouncing ball to short, big hop for Sandoval. Cheyenne throws to first and beats a lunging Swearingen to the bag. 1, 2, 3 and out. Go the Storm in the third. We head to the fourth. It's still Southern Nazarene 1, Oklahoma Baptist nothing. This is Bison softball on the OBU Bison Sports Network.
Yes. Whataburger's Honey Barbecue Chicken Strip Sandwich. It's just so, it's almost too hard to put into words. The Honey Barbecue Chicken Strip Sandwich from Whataburger. Just like you like it.
Don't forget that every Whataburger is made fresh, served hot, and prepared just the way you like it. If you want jalapenos on that, no problem. They've got you covered. Whataburger in Shawnee, proud to serve Bison fans 24 hours a day. Josie Sparks to lead off. It'll be 3, 4, and 5 up against Jennifer Romero.
Josie Sparks.
1 run, 4 hits for SNU. No runs, 3 hits for OBU. First pitch to Sparks is low, and it's ball 1. So OBU has faced Romero 10 innings now. They have 6 hits and no runs. Jennifer Romero gets the sign, brings it home, and the pitch is skied into left field. Bates is underneath it. She'll call off Sullivan to make the catch, and there's 1 away. Jennifer Romero is a senior from Denver, Colorado. Interesting story. She is a transfer from Colorado Christian. You say, what's the big deal there? Well, she actually was recruited by Sam Mays to go to Colorado Christian. Or Sam Maples. First pitch is downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Sam Maples was at Colorado Christian when she recruited Jennifer Romero. And then she left soon after to take the job here at Oklahoma Baptist. Called strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. In fact, if you were to ask Sam, she'll tell you that Romero reminds her a lot of her own pitcher in Caitlyn Jones. There's the 1-1 pitch. In there for a strike, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Really hard-working girl. And she has helped to solidify that pitching staff for Southern Nazarene after the loss of Mahina Sauer. 1-2 pitches in the dirt. No, we've got one listener and viewer today. That would be Sam's husband, Taylor. He was the one that passed that note along. We appreciate Taylor joining us and giving us a little insight into Jennifer Romero. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Downstairs, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Let me tell you something. When Taylor's listening, you got big shoes to fill. This guy's a big-time guy.
Yeah, he's a big-timer, and I'm sitting next to another big-timer, too. So we appreciate Todd making his rounds back. He took some time off and let me and Clayton Kaufman,
It hit her on the knee, so Sam Campos will hobble down to first base.
But we are glad to have you back, regardless of what we'll tell you, what we said about you while you were gone. How about that?
Oh, it got back to me. There's Shelby Warden, infield hit. Her first time up. The tying run is at the plate. Now Kiera McFadden, the graduate assistant coach, is out there with a circle and is visiting with Jennifer Romero. We told you that it's a familiar old new coach at Southern Nazarene. Brian Madden is in his first year as the full-time head coach in Bethany. He was named the co-head coach with legendary SNU head coach Terry Weber starting back in 2019. So if you count his record, those 2 years, entering his first year as a full-time head coach, Brian Madden was 36-28. Here is the first pitch, and it is lined and caught, and then juggled and caught again by Swearinger. Good play by Emma Swearinger as that ball was lined up the first baseline. It was slicing away from her. She raced towards the coach's box, stuck her glove out. The ball hit it and then popped out, and she caught it again. So a line out, and that's been the story for OBU's offense. They get something going and then can't advance a runner. Let's see what Emily Smith can do. Smith hits that one off the end of the bat, slowly rolls it to second. Jones charges and throws to first. And the inning is over. No runs, no hits, and 1 left. Oklahoma Baptist is stranded 3 through 4. Midway through this home game for Southern Nazarene at Shawnee, SNU leads OBU 1-0 to the Bison Sports Network.
Noble McIntyre.
And I'm Jordan Klinger of McIntyre Law.
The devastation of losing a loved one is impossible to measure. When it happens because of someone else's negligence, the grief can be overwhelming. Wrongful death cases are unique.
Whether the cause was an automobile, semi, motorcycle, medical malpractice, or job-related accident, we can help.
If you want to know more about your family's rights, call us. The consultation is free. We love what we do, and we're good at it. We are trial lawyers. Call McIntyre Law today.
Todd Miller, Zach Frazier, the crew with you here at Bison Softball Park. Hope you're enjoying our broadcast here with the Bison Sports Network. Haley Fellers to lead off the fourth. It's the middle of the order, 5, 6, and 7 for Southern Nazarene. Here's Caitlyn Jones' first pitch, and it's a strike right down Broadway. Before I get in trouble, not only is Taylor listening, my wife and dog are listening. Glad to have Buddy and I guess Mary Margaret along too.
I guess Mary Margaret. Yeah.
Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes. I can always count on her. From start to finish, glad Buddy's back home after a day at the groomers. And comes the 0-2 pitch. Downstairs, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And I love that location from Jones, putting the fastball outside. If Feller wants to go get it, she can go get it, but it's most likely going to be a slap hit to the shortstop or Gwen Miller at third. Love that pitch placement.
In comes the 1-2 offering. And it's away, 2 balls, 2 strikes. You had asked off the air why Campos was DPing and not catching, which meant Sparks would have been at third. I think they want Josie Sparks behind the plate. She's a veteran. She's been there, been through the wars. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and they throw it out at first to complete the strikeout. The other reason I like this lineup better, you still get Campos at bats, and you're getting Gwen Miller, who I think is a promising player at third base, a lot of innings and a lot of at-bats during a very crucial stretch of your season. Here's Hayley Evans. It was thrown out on a ground ball to right by Reagan Ford. And she swings and misses through the first pitch for a strike. Winds out of the south-southwest at about 13 to 16 miles per hour now. You can see the flag pretty starched out there in straightaway center field. Fastball up and in, 1 ball, 1 strike. The outfield is straight up and fairly deep. Emily Smith is in left. Sammy Green in center, Reagan Ford in right today. Here's the 1-1 pitch. On the handle and pop back and out of play. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Reminder that all OBU home softball and baseball events are now ticketed games. Go online in advance. Purchase your tickets, obubison.com/tickets. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the pitch upstairs, 2-2. Not as good a crowd as you would expect on a weekend that we've seen in the past, but still a decent crowd for what they call Rivalry Tuesday in the conference at Southern Nazarene and Oklahoma Baptist. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And that one is outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. That pitch was away, Zach, but you almost bit because Josie brought it in just a tad.
I know. That's what I was getting excited. I was getting ready to talk about framing. Everybody that's listened to a couple broadcasts knows I love to beat that drum. But Josie's done a great job, but credit to Larry Benedict, the home plate umpire. He hasn't fallen for it yet today.
3-2 pitch, misses high, and it's a walk for Kaylee. That's her first walk given up, along with 4 hits. So 1 out base runner for the difference in this ball game right now, Anna Eisenhower. Eisenhower had a solo home run to right center field back in the 2nd inning.
And I think we're going to see a pinch runner here, Todd. I just think it's a matter of who. 13, 19 maybe? I think it's 19. These jerseys are not very...
It is 19. That is Noah Dodson, a freshman from Lone Grove High School in Ardmore.
And for Jones, a credit to her today. Obviously, that's her first walk through almost 4 innings of work now, but what Jones has done a great job of today is you don't know if she's going to start her sequence with the off-speed or build that off the fastball. She's mixed and matched her starting pitches throughout the day.
Third baseman is in near about a third of the way down the line at third as the first pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Southern Nazarene is into the lower third of their lineup. Sandoval has shifted slightly towards the bag at second, so there is a sizable opening between third and short. In comes the pitch. Outside, 2 balls and no strikes. So Kaylee had Evans down 1-2. She ended up walking her on a 3-2 pitch. Now she's fallen behind Eisenhower, 2 balls, no strikes.
And when Jones is working at her best, she's ahead in the count early. And so I would look for maybe start to establish that fastball.
Hayley's pitch popped up. Down the line and right. Angling into foul territory is Reese, and the second baseman has it for out number 2.
And that was a great pitch from Caitlyn Jones, low and outside in the zone with the fastball. We've seen her kind of fall in love with that high pitch today, that rise ball trying to work inside tight, back these right-handed hitters off the plate. I would look to maybe her to start to establish that outside fastball because that's where she's dominated a lot of lineups this year.
Brooklyn Sullivan popped out to second, her first time up. Represents SNU's last hope of the fourth, and she's jammed and pops that one to the circle. Jones has it. And the inning is over. A walk, one left. We go to the fifth. 1-0. Southern Nazarene of the Bison Sports Network.
How can you describe Whataburger's honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich? The chicken just has a certain... And then there's the sauce that just gives you a little bit of... And the cheese? It's the exact right amount of... It's almost too hard to put it into... Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich at Whataburger. Just like you like it.
Top of the fifth already. Lower third of the lineup for the Bison. Gwen Miller, Sammy Green, Reagan Ford. OBU softball heads to Alva for a 3-game series with Northwestern over the weekend. The Ranger baseballers will be next door at Bobby Cox Field. Friday night, Saturday afternoon. That's our next action here with the Bison Sports Network. Swinging away as Miller fouls that pitch out of play for a strike. The more I watch Gwen Miller, the more I like her. Had a single in the second. Very aggressive on Romero's first pitch here in the fifth. Has a good glove out there that pitches upstairs, and it's 1-1 strike. That's why I like the lineup with Josie behind the plate, Miller defensively at third, and Campos still getting at bats. 2 balls now and 1 strike to Gwen.
And Gwen had a superb outing at third base this past weekend against Southeastern.
3 balls and a strike now to Miller. OBU has not had a leadoff hitter on. They have had runners with 1 out in an inning to the second, third, and fourth innings. Romero's pitch is in the dirt. So the tying run is on, and let's see if Sammy Green plays a little small ball here.
And that's what this back half with Miller in it allows us to do when you look at the 7, 8, and 9 hitters in this lineup. They're all extremely quick, will dig everything out, a lot of infield hits, able to steal on the base pass, take bases, move around the diamond for this big hitting front half of the lineup.
Evans is pinched in at third. Green nicks that pitch low, foul, and it's 0-1. Sammy did a good job just to even get a piece of that ball. It was well down to the zone. 1-0, Southern Nazarene. OBU with their leadoff hitter on for the first time. Green butts through or nicks that one foul, and it's 0-2. It's the little things in 1- and 2-run games that are handled properly or not done right that sometimes and oftentimes is the difference between wins and losing. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and that one is bunted foul. That's a strikeout. So a wasted at bat right there for Sammy Green, and here's Reagan Ford.
Now batting number 4, right fielder, Reagan Ford.
And instead of the bunts this time, you'll look to probably see those slap hits that you mentioned earlier, Todd, trying to put anything down the first base line to pull the first baseman over.
Corners are in for Southern Nazarene. Ford takes low and away, 1 ball, no strikes. That incidentally is the first strikeout of the ball game now for Jennifer Romero, and an odd way to get one. It comes the 1-0 pitch, and a little soft liner over the shortstop's head. It'll drop, and they're at first and second for the top of the order with Addie Reese. I was not certain whether or not that ball had enough oomph to get over Brooklyn Sullivan, but it did. And the Tide run is in scoring position for Addie Reese. And here comes Brian Madden out of the dugout. So we'll step aside quickly, 1-0. Southern Nazarene, but OBU with a threat here in the fifth on the Bison Sports Network.
Now batting, number 6, second baseman.
Addie Reese to bat. She's 1 for 2 with a single with a third and a ground out on a comebacker with a first. There is activity. Hannah Sattler, a sophomore from Simi Valley, California, and Royal High School, is working to the SNU bullpen. First pitch is downstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. So Brian Madden, technically in his first season, is the outright head coach. Overall, his third as the or outright head coach. Throw down to first. Standing back in is Ford. It's 2 balls now with no strikes.
And Romero at times today feels like she struggled to find the strike zone, missing low in the zone quite often.
Here's the pitch. Downstairs, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. A walk pushes the Tide run to third and loads them for Cheyenne Sandoval, who's moved on deck. Here is Romero's pitch at the knees. Addie was taking all the way. Reese, a nice weekend against Southeastern. With the glove at second. That one is an off speed at the letters, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And you won't see Romero go to that off speed a ton, but when she does, it's when she needs it the most, and she hasn't really missed with the off speed today.
Here's the payoff pitch. Reese grounds it into left field for a base hit. They're going to put the stop sign up now on Gwen Miller as the throw came in from Bates. It was up the line at third. So a walk, 2 singles, and they're loaded for Cheyenne Sandoval.
Number 13, Cheyenne Sandoval.
OBU in 11 1/3 innings has failed to score against Romero. You hate to say it, Zach, but this might be the ball game, even though it's 1-0 with this scored opportunity if you don't come up with something.
And you're right. It feels like while Romero doesn't necessarily feel like she's dominated this game in the circle, she's been effective. Every time she's needed a strike, she's thrown a strike. Her defense has backed her up in multiple situations, and you feel like this is going to be the linchpin of this ball game. If Romero and company can get out of the inning without any damage, or if Oklahoma Baptist can put a couple runs on the board.
Romero asked for a new softball. She's granted the pitch into the handle, and it's rolled foul. Sandoval popped up on a bunt attempt back in the third. It turned out to be an inning-ending 2-3 double play because Reese was off with contact. They've shifted around towards right. Off speed outside, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. So they are playing Sandoval right now in the outfield as a dead pull hitter. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Upstairs, 2 balls and 1 strike. Romero all of a sudden has hit the wall here in this 5th inning.
It feels like she's just lost control. She still has a great velocity on her fastball, but she hasn't been able to control the ball.
Here's the pitch. A little fister popped up, and again, Asiki, the catcher, has it. And Sandoval is frustrated. And now it's up to Josie Sparks if OBU's to get anything home in this jam in the 5th.
And Josie, no stranger to the big moment with the walk-off against Southeastern this past weekend. This is probably going to be the biggest at-bat in this game as it has laid out so far today.
1-0 Southern Nazarene. OBU with the bases loaded with 1 out. There's now 2 out. And a mix-up, apparently, with the signs coming in from the dugout to Romero. You can see her glancing over there as Sparks backs out of the batter's box. Base hit probably gives OBU the lead. Reagan Ford with good speed at second. First pitch to Sparks is a strike, and it's 0-1. In comes the 0-1 pitch. Upstairs with a rise ball, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
And that's the second or third time in this inning Romero's missed in that exact same spot with the rise ball. You get the feeling that just may be a burn pitch for Romero.
Sparks has had a tendency to chase the high ball. That's a strike, and it's 1-2. That was not even close to being a strike.
And that hasn't been called a strike so far today. We've seen the miss by Benedict, the umpire, be low outside, and that high, which was, I guess, a changeup, maybe a screwball, was called one.
1-2 pitch. Popped up into center field, didn't get enough of it. Sunby is there, hitting over. OBU gets 2 hits, they leave 3 aboard. After 4.5, it's 1-0, Southern Nazarene of the Bison Sports Network.
Noble McIntyre.
And I'm Jordan Klinger of McIntyre Law.
The devastation of losing a loved one is impossible to measure. When it happens because of someone else's negligence, the grief can be overwhelming. Wrongful death cases are unique.
Whether the cause was an automobile, semi, motorcycle, medical malpractice, or job-related accident, we can help.
If you want to know more about your family's rights, call us. The consultation is free. We love what we do, and we're good at it. We are trial lawyers. Call McIntyre Law today.
Located in the heart of Shawnee's Depot District, Theopolis is a neighborhood restaurant offering an exciting menu of scratch-made dishes and highlighting local ingredients. Their modern, eclectic downtown space includes ample outdoor seating and the best live music in the area on Theo's patio. Make Theopolis your destination before or after the game. Book online at theopolissc.com or call 405-788-4404 to make your reservations today. A leadoff walk, a one-out single, in fact, back-to-back one-out singles. And then a foul out by Sandoval and a fly out by Sparks, and OBU squanders a bases-loaded opportunity and trails 1-0.
And the weight of that single home run in the second inning, it just grows. It feels like the value and the weight of it grows as this game goes on. And it's starting to feel like the Bison squandered a huge opportunity they may not get to see again later in this ballgame.
Sydney Sunby out of the number 9 spot has a double today. That back in the second inning. Hayley Jones brings it home, and the first pitch is low. 1 ball, no strikes. Boy, the weight and the pressure that Jones must feel out there in the circle, knowing that you can't give up a lot of runs right now the way this team is swinging the bat. Here's Jones' 1-0 pitch. In there for a strike, and the count levels 1 ball and 1 strike. Hashiki and Jones, Natalie Jones to follow for Southern Nazarene here in the 5th. This will count as a road game for OBU and a home contest for SNU. It comes the 1-1 pitch. In there for a strike, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
In this, the outside fastball, inside fastball, this is really where you see that high outside rise ball from Jones here in the sequence, and that's what I would expect here.
In comes the 1-2 pitch. Chase went upstairs and fouls it back. You know, you see what Romero is going through getting the sign sack from the first base dugout. It makes you have a whole new appreciation of Sam Maples and her relationship with Caitlyn Jones.
And you're right. We've seen a couple times it almost looked Romero looking over at her dugout frustrated by what she saw, and you don't see any of those interactions with Jones.
1-2 pitch. Swatted into center field. It's sinking. Diving.
Holy cow.
She takes the hit away. So Sammy Green robs Sydney Sunby of a second hit, and there's 1 out here in the 5th.
And if you're someone who watches a lot of OBU softball, those plays you can almost become numb to the amount of ground Sammy Green can cover out in center. But that is you're looking at probably 25, 30 yards of grass that she just covered there, and has the composure to dive and track the ball and make the play.
Leanna Hashiki, the catcher, swings and misses from Jones. First pitch is a strike. Kaylee struck out 2 of the first. She has since only struck out 1, and that was Haley Fellers to start the 4th for SNU. In comes the 0-1 pitch. Upstairs, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Both teams putting the ball in play. A total of only 4 strikeouts between 2 very good right-handers, Romero and Kaylee Jones. In comes the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a foul tip, but it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Heshiki, Heshiki, hitting .422. She's a dangerous, dangerous hitter out of the leadoff spot with 2 home runs and 19 driven in.
And there's a lot of composure when you watch Heshiki play. There's a ton of composure for a freshman who realistically hasn't had the reps in college as much as some of the older catchers you see in the conference.
From Pearl City, Hawaii, off speed, hit right to first, and gloved by Warden, who takes it to the bag for out number 2.
And Warden, the latest example of what has been an unbelievable run of strategic substitutions you've seen Coach Maples make throughout this year. You go back to a couple series ago when you start to see Gwen Miller get implemented at third. Her play has been superb, and then you've seen Shelby came in the Southeastern Series and changed the way that series was going.
Natalie Jones attacks the first pitch and fouls it back for a strike. Natalie single to the first, was left aboard, flied out to left, and Emily Smith, her last time up at the third. Southern Nazarene left 2 of the first, 1 of the second, and 1 aboard of the fourth. OBU has stranded 2 of the second and a runner in the fourth and 3 in the fifth. Trail 1-0. Off-speed pitch. Knocked down at short, but it scoots into left field for a base hit. So Sandoval diving to her right, had a little glove on it, but it shot off and went into left field. Hits are now even at 5, and a 2-out single brings up Caitlyn Bates. First pitch to Bates is a swing and a miss for a strike, and it's 0-1. Bates, her maiden name is Curley, C-U-R-L-E-E. If you look online for Southern Nazarene stats, she is listed as Caitlin Curley. That one goes all the way to the backstop. The runner takes off. There'll be no throw on a wild pitch. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. But they have made note on their roster that she is married, and her maiden name now is Caitlyn Bates. Ground ball to second should do it. Addie, over to first to retire the side. 1 hit, 1 left. We go to the 6th. 1-0 Crimson Storm of the Bison Sports Network. Todd Miller, Zach Frazier back here with you with the booth at Bison Softball Park in Shawnee. OBU trailing Southern Nazarene 1-0, and they will have Sam Campos, the cleanup hitter, to lead off. Campos is certainly due. She's in a slump over the last couple of weeks. Campos on this homestand is now 1 for 9 after flying out to right field in her early at-bat today against Jennifer Romero. Romero brings home the first pitch. And it's a strike at the letters, 0-1 the count.
And you'll see both Romero and Jones start certain hitters off with off-speed.
The 0-1 pitch. It's a fastball away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Today's broadcast brought to you by OBU alumnus Nelville McIntyre and his team at McIntyre Law, serving clients in Oklahoma and nationwide. No fees until we win. Contact them today at McIntyreLaw.com. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Sam Campos, the freshman designated player.
And credit to Romero, she may not have the strikeout total that you would expect for someone who's now shut out the Bison for just a ton of innings, but she's put the ball in places where this Bison team has had to make defensive hits with the count being in her favor.
Bison have not had a lot of plus hitter counts. They are now 2-2 with Sam Campos. And the pitch grounded back to the circle. Romero has it, underhands to first, and that's out number 1 here in the 6th. 1-0 does not sound insurmountable. I said at the time of the fifth, you wonder if that was the game. The Bison need 1 run, but they only have 5 outs with which to work against Jennifer Romero. Shelby Warden, an infield hit back in the second, fouled out to the first baseman Swearinger on a nice play back in the fourth. And she takes ball 1. 5:55 on Friday night for baseball here on the Bison Sports Network. OBU hosting Northwestern Oklahoma State. Doubleheader the following day starting at 1 o'clock. All that this weekend here on the Bison Sports Network. 1-0 pitch is popped out of play, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
And Warden, who feels like she's been on a run, especially you could look at what her immediate impact in the Southeastern Series this past weekend, you look to think that she's going to try to carry that into this series, and she's made good contact on the ball today. You get the feeling it's just a matter about straightening it out.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Upstairs, it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Emily Smith, the on-deck hitter. Bison playing a lot of youngsters in this 2022 season. Here's the pitch. Popped it up. Wind is pushing it, going back as Sunby, and she's there and then dropped it. And heading for second base is Warden. You could see the wind was moving that ball, Zach, and I really thought the deeper it went, the more chance it had to tie the game because the wind kept pushing it. Sunby pulled up right in front of the fence, had to hit her glove and then pop out.
And that's a tough ball for Sunby, especially out in center, because that ball immediately off the bat looked like it was going to start to drift left of the flagpole in left center, and then it started to just come back with vengeance back to the right, and you saw her move back to her left and struggle to catch it. And it seems like what is a huge break for the Bison the first time today that they've had a break really go their way.
So Warden on a 2-base error by Sunby in center field, in scoring position to tie the game here in the 6th with 1 out. Emily Smith is 0 for 2, reached at a fielder's choice back in the second. Rolled out second to first, her last time up. Jennifer Romero has pitched a shutout, but it has certainly not been easy today. Here's the first pitch. Outside corner for a strike, 0-1 the count.
Okay, there's my first opportunity to talk about the framing job by Husheski, the catcher. Amazing outside fastball. Romero missed a little wide. She's as a right-handed catcher, or left-handed thrower, but a right-handed catcher, she's able to frame that pitch.
1 ball and 1 strike as Romero's pitch scoots to the plate. Now it gets away from Hashiki, and over to third base goes Shelby Warden. That is huge because now anything to the outfield likely ties this game.
And you're exactly right, and especially for Smith now, you don't have to try to make the big RBI swing. Anything that gets past an infielder, almost anything that's just a slow enough roller can score.
Here is the 1-1 pitch. At the letters for a strike, and it's 1-2. Is it me or is the strike zone going way up in the last couple of innings?
It has, especially because it feels like Jones has tried to establish that high fastball, and she hasn't been able to get the strike calls that Romero's getting. Credit to Romero, you get him where you take him.
1-2 pitch is grounded to second. They'll go to first. No advancement from Warden, and that's a big out. So the tying run stays put at third, and Gwen Miller now will be OBU's last home. Not bad, though. Gwen is 1 for 1. She's been aboard twice. Singled in the second, and Wachter was left aboard in the 5th.
And Miller's a batter and base runner that you want to get on base if you're Coach Maples and company, because you get her on first, she'll almost guarantee you take second and have 2 runners in scoring position.
First pitch down and in, 1 ball, no strikes to Gwen. OBU looking for that elusive hit. They have had base runners in all but the first inning today against Jennifer Romero. Fastball high and away, 2 balls and no strikes. If Gwen Miller reaches, Sammy Green is on deck. Here's the 2-0 offering. In there for a strike on the outside corner. That was a good pitch.
And Todd, even going back to last weekend against Southeastern, how many times did we feel like at the end of innings we were having discussions about how many runners were left on base?
2-1 the count. Popped it up into left field. Bates was playing deep, comes in, calling off Sullivan, and OBU strands the tying run at third. What a frustrating afternoon. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left. We move to the bottom of the 6th. It's still the Crimson Storm 1-0 on the Bison Sports Network.
can you describe Whataburger's honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich? The chicken just has a certain... And then there's the sauce that just gives you a little bit of... And the cheese? It's the exact right amount of... It's almost too hard to put it into... Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich at Whataburger. Just like you like it.
Bottom of the sixth, 1-0 Southern Nazarene. Bison have left 3 base runners in scoring position the last 2 innings. They stranded 10 base runners in a 1-0 win over Southeastern here in the first game of the doubleheader on Saturday. Here is Emma Swearingen, 0 for 2. First pitch from Jones, swung on and popped up to second. Easy play for Reese, and there's one out.
And Todd, we were talking about it during the break. It doesn't feel like the inconsistencies for this Bison team have been in the field or even in the circle, as Aspen Yountz has really emerged with some of the stuff that we talk about it every time she takes a circle. They have the stuff, especially on defense. It's just been a matter of coming alive with the bats.
Hayley Fellers, 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts, swings and misses, and is behind 0-1. Fellers actually is being pinch hit for. It is Hannah Morales, a freshman. Hannah Morales is the batter. In comes Caitlyn Jones, pitch, swing and a miss. Up and in, it's 2 balls and no strikes. Morales on the season is a .210 hitter. Swing and a miss. Down she goes in 3 straight pitches.
And credit to Jones attacking Morales as soon as she stepped in the box, not wavering from her plan. Fastball, rise ball, a great sequence from Kaylee.
Here's Hayley Jones. Walked and had a single taken away on a throw from right by Reagan Ford to the second. Swings away at the first pitch, and it's a strike. Why would you not be aggressive against Kaylee Jones? You know she's coming to the strike zone every single time.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were talking about with that Morales. I mean, 3 swings and 3 misses. Kaylee doesn't throw bad pitches. There's not a swing or a pitch that Kaylee will give you that you realistically can't swing at. We saw the one pass ball earlier, but that's not something you see much from Kaylee Jones.
Yeah, she's either in the zone or very, very close most of the time. 1 ball, 1 strike to the third baseman, Evans. Looking ahead of the OBU 7th, it'll be Green, Ford, and Reese. Pop up. That'll slice that a play to the right field line. And the count is in Jones' advantage, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And this is the type of situation with a big hitter at the plate that you'll see Kaylee attack with that off-speed pitch low in the zone. Try to, if anything, if there is going to be a bat to get on the ball, it's going to be a dribbler into the infield.
Jones looks over to the dugout, gets the sign from Coach Maples. In comes Kaylee's pitch, and a liner right to Sandoval at short. And we'll go to the 7th. OBU needs 1 to tie. It's 1-0 Southern Nazarene after 6 of the Bison Sports Network.
Noble McIntyre.
And I'm Jordan Klinger of McIntyre Law.
The devastation of losing a loved one is impossible to measure. When it happens because of someone else's negligence, the grief can be overwhelming. Wrongful death cases are unique.
Whether the cause was an automobile, semi, motorcycle, medical malpractice, or job-related accident, we can help.
If you want to know more about your family's rights, call us. The consultation is free. We love what we do, and we're good at it. We are trial lawyers. Call McIntyre Law today.
Do or die time for Oklahoma Baptist. The Bison come in 21-17, a game below 500 of the conference. They need 1 to tie and 2 to force a comeback from the Crimson Storm in their half of the 7th. Sammy Green will lead off. Reagan Ford and then Addie Reese here in the 7th.
Center fielder, Sammy
Jennifer
Green.
Romero trying to beat Oklahoma Baptist 1-0 for a second time in as many starts this season. Here's the first pitch. Popped it up into left. Bates towards the foul line is there and makes the catch. And there's quickly one gone here with the 7th. Jennifer Romero on the season has thrown 7 complete games. One of those against OBU. A 1-0 win in Bethany back in early March. Here's Reagan Ford. You'd like to get her aboard with Reese on deck with her speed. Reagan a single her last time up. Takes low, 1 ball, no strikes.
Reagan with the slap hitter, usually you don't see as good of eyes as you would with a person that stands at the plate normally, but she had an unbelievable ability to lay off bad pitches. Being a slap hitter, you don't see her chase like you see a lot of slap hitters do.
2 balls, no strikes to Reagan Ford. Here is Romero's pitch. Looked at for a strike, and it's 2-1. Reagan Ford with a promising career here on Bison Hill. Out of California, she's just a sophomore. Here's the 2-1 pitch. And she fouls it straight back almost into her booth, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And Todd, you look at the production you've gotten from the 7, 8, and 9 spots. That's such a young core that you can build around for this Bison team. Sammy Green, who's as good in the outfield as she is at the plate, and Reagan Ford has done amazing things out and left this season and getting on the base pass. There's a lot to look forward to for Bison fans.
2-2 pitch, lined right to the shortstop Sullivan, and there's 2 outs. It's been another story for OBU when they've put the ball in play, and they've done it almost all at bat today. It's been right at an SNU defender. So the game is down to Addie Reese. Reese 2 for 3 out of the leadoff spot. Addie on the season has 3 hits against Romero and takes a strike, and it's 0-1. So the Nazarene trying to beat their rivals from OBU for a 5th straight time dating back to 2019. 0-1 pitch is low, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Many of those games have been very, very close, just like this one. Here's the 1-1 pitch. In there for a strike, and now this game is reduced to perhaps a final pitch.
And that's the second time in 3 pitches that Romero went back to the off-speed, started with the off-speed, then went fastball low in the zone, came back with the off-speed. I wouldn't be surprised to see her go off-speed again here.
Romero gets the sign, now brings in the 1-2 pitch. Hit off the end of the bat, slow roller to second. Jones charges, throws to first, and out at first, and that's the way the game ends. Southern Nazarene for a second consecutive time in a matchup between Romero and Jones beats Oklahoma Baptist 1-0. We'll step aside, be right back to wrap up Game 1 after this on the Bison Sports Network. Final score here from Bison Softball Park at the OBU campus, 1-0 Southern Nazarene. OBU dips to 2 games below 500 of the conference at 9-11. OBU falls to 21-18. Southern Nazarene 16-18 and 13-7 in the league. And they are now 12-3 in their last 15 games after a 4-15 start. The only score to the ball game was a solo home run in the bottom of the second inning. Anna Eisenhower went over the right center field fence with 1 out, and that would be enough to give SNU the victory. 1-0 the final score. 1 run, 5 hits, 1 error for the Crimson Storm. They left 5. No runs, 5 hits, no errors for OBU and the Bison. Story of the season, Zach, they leave 7, including the bases loaded at one point with 1 out in the 5th inning.
And that's been the struggle. They've gotten tremendous pitching and tremendous fielding from Hayley Jones and Aspen Younts and the defense, and it's just been a struggle to string along bats. You've seen singles, you've seen doubles, a lot of which were with 2 outs, and they just haven't been able to string together 2, 3, 4 hits or walks in a row, and it's just been one hit and then strike out or pop out. It's just been a struggle of consistency for the Bison at the plate.
Romero gets the win. She now is 10-9, 2-0 this season with a pair of 1-0 decisions over OBU. Kaylee Jones falls to 14-10 with the loss. First pitch of the final game of the season series between OBU and SMU coming up in about 30 minutes. We'll have it right here for you on the Bison Sports Network. Hi again, everybody, and welcome back here to the campus of Oklahoma Baptist University in Shawnee and Bison Softball Park. Final game of 2 today. Final game of the 3-game series with Southern Nazarene this year. Oklahoma Baptist looking to snap a 5-game skid of the series dating back to 2019 after Southern Nazarene won today's opener by a count of 1-0. Bison will turn to Aspen Younts, the senior right-hander in the circle, and she will try to slow down an SNU offense that has just had 2 runs in 2 games off Hayley Jones and a total of 10 hits off Jones in those 2 meetings. But this is a good offensive club. SNU ranks in the top 4 in team batting average in the Great American Conference. Here's a look at the batting lineups. First of all, for Southern Nazarene, they are the visiting team of this one. Leading off, the designated player, Liana Hashiki. Batting second at second base, Natalie Jones. Hitting third and catching is Caitlyn Bates. Batting cleanup at first base, Emma Swearigan. Batting fifth in right field, Haley Fellers. Hitting sixth at third base, Hayley Evans. Batting seventh at shortstop, Brooklyn Sullivan. Hitting eighth in left field, Hannah Morales. And batting ninth and in center field, Sydney Everhart. So again, it's Hashiki, Jones, and Bates, Swearigan, Fellers, Evans, Sullivan, Morales, and Everhart for Southern Nazarene against Aspen Younts. Younts 7-6, earned run average 3.83. This is her 16th start, 23rd appearance. Aspen has been pitching to a sub-4 earned run average over the last 3 weeks of the regular season. And here we go. The first pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Right-hander Aspen Younts, left-hander Liana Hashiki. Freshman from Pearl City, Hawaii. Was the catcher of the first ball game, is the designated player here in the second. In comes the pitch. And she lays off of one away. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Aspen Younts against 7-6, start number 16, 86 innings worked, 107 hits, 60 runs, 47 earned, 90 strikeouts for Aspen, and 37 walks. League hitting 298 off Younts, and the pitch is downstairs. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Aspen Younts made a start here against Southeastern last weekend, went 5 2/3 with 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, 6 hits, and 3 earned runs. 2 balls and a strike. In comes the right-hander's pitch, and it's popped up into left. Going back is Smith, still going back, reaches up and makes the catch, and there's 1 away. The wind has died down considerably from what it was at the end of the first ball game. It was upwards to 15 to 20 miles per hour times out of the south-southwest, blowing the ball out to right center field. The flag, you might be able to notice on your screen, is totally limp out there at straightaway center. Here is Natalie Jones. Natalie Jones facing Aspen Younts for the first time. And the pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Natalie Jones had a couple of singles, a first and fifth inning single in the first ball game, and flied out to Emily Smith and left in her 3 at-bats. That off Kaylee Jones. Jones gave up 1 run, 5 hits. The difference, a 1-out solo home run by Eisenhower, who's not in the lineup here in the first ball game. 2 balls now and no strikes to Natalie Jones. Warden and Reese on the right side of the infield. Sandoval and Miller on the left side. Smith, Green, and Ford left to right around the outfield, with Josie Sparks again catching for Aspen Younts. Younts brings it home, and the pitch is there for a strike, and it's 2-1.
And Younts, you'll see a little bit different style of pitching from her than what you'll see from Jones. Jones is a strikeout-heavy pitcher. You'll see a lot of strikeouts with her, maybe not as many putouts. Younts, you'll see kind of the opposite, a lot more putouts, maybe not quite as many strikeouts.
2-1 the count, nobody on, 1 out. And that pitch hit and backhanded by the third baseman, Miller. Over to first and out at first base. A really good play by Gwen Miller.
And we've become accustomed to seeing those great plays from Gwen Miller. You even look back at the Southeastern Series. Every time there's been a hard ball hit her way, it feels like she's done her best to at least stop it, let alone make the play.
I think we have seen the future unfold in front of us, with Gwen Miller probably going the rest of the way at third base this season. Here is Caitlyn Bates, the catcher. She was the left fielder the first ball game. Bates was 1 for 3. Aspen Younts trying to set SNU down in order, and the pitch is lined foul and out of play on the first base side. Southern Nazarene stays on the road this weekend. They will be at East Central. OBU will be up in Alvin to take on Northwestern. Those are 3 games that the Bison really need to come away with victories. 1 ball, or no balls, 1 strike. Aspen Younts brings in the pitch. Upstairs, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. The only run of the ball game, an Eisenhower solo home run in the second. Hayley Jones took the loss. It's her 10th of the season. The win was the 10th for Jennifer Romero. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And Younts isn't going to blow by you with a fastball or just having a lot of break on a screwball. What she's going to do is she's going to beat you with placement and tempo. Her change of speed and her extremely well done ball placement is what's going to get her strikeouts.
1-2 the count. Nobody on, 2 out in the first. Here's the pitch. Hit off the end of the bat and back to the netting. So Caitlyn Bates just does stay alive. Bates is a 5'6" senior from Keller, Texas. Prepped at Timber Creek High School. Right-hander, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Took something off of it, and Bates goes down swinging. First strikeout for Aspen. 1-2-3 go the Storm in the first. After a half inning, the Bison coming up next. There's no score on the Bison Sports Network.
Noble McIntyre.
And I'm Jordan Klinger of McIntyre Law.
The devastation of losing a loved one is impossible to measure. When it happens because of someone else's negligence, the grief can be overwhelming. Wrongful death cases are unique.
Whether the cause was an automobile, semi, motorcycle, medical malpractice, or job-related accident, we can help.
If you want to know more about your family's rights, call us. The consultation is free. We love what we do, and we're good at it. We are trial lawyers. Call McIntyre Law today. I'm Noble McIntyre.
And I'm Jordan Klinger of McIntyre Law.
The devastation of losing a loved one is impossible to measure. When it happens because of...
Here's the batting lineup for OBU as Aspen Yount sets the Crimson Storm down 1-2-3 in the first. Addie Reese will lead off, play second. Cheyenne Sandoval bats second at short. Josie Sparks is the catcher and bats third. The cleanup hitter is the DP, Sam Campos. Batting fifth at first base, Shelby Warden. Hitting sixth in left field is Emily Smith. Batting seventh at third, Gwen Smith. Hitting eighth in center field, Sandy Green. And batting ninth in right field, Reagan Ford.
Addie Reese.
Chelsea Vandiver will be the starter in the circle for Southern Nazarene. She is a senior from Corsicana, Texas. In her second year at Southern Nazarene after transferring in from Navarro Junior College. Vandiver's first pitch is a fastball high to Reese. 1 ball, no strikes. Addie Reese, 2 hits, 4 at bats in the first ball game, singles in the third and the fifth innings. Vandiver gets the sign, now delivers. Upstairs, and it's 2 balls and no strikes.
And Todd, it feels like Addie Reese is starting to hit her stride as we come into the latter part of this year. Struggled a little bit there. She kind of flip-flopped between leadoff and batting sixth, where Coach Maples actually wants her, but she's kind of found her rhythm here lately.
Here's the 2-0 pitch, swing it away and lifts it foul on the first base side. Addie hitting .258 after 2 hits in the first ball game. This is her 40th start in game played. Now has 32 hits. That ranks her third of the ball club. Sparks with 36, Campos with 35, and it's now a 3-1 advantage for Addie Reese. So a plus hitters count for Addie, and let's see what she can do with this next offering from Vandiver. Righty versus righty, and the pitch is popped up in a shallow right that's going to drop for a base hit. Fellers was playing deep, so she had to come charging. The ball wasn't hit very well, and it drops in for the first base hit of the ball game for OBU.
And that's the first time it feels like an OBU hitter today. We talked about it a lot in that first game that every time the OBU hitter got a good hit on the ball, it just found its way to a snoo defender. So for that to fall, it's a good sign maybe for the Bison in the second game.
Cheyenne Sandoval, the shortstop now will bat. Sandoval popped out twice to the catcher in foul territory. Once led to a double play. She drops this bunt down. It's a good one. Backhanded by Vandiver. Now pump fakes, looks at first, now throws to second and got Reese. Addie Reese turned just too wide at second. Vandiver made the very right play. She pump fake, pulled it down. She knew, Zach, she didn't have a play at first. And that little pump fake perhaps forced Addie Reese to bite.
Yeah, and that's a tough situation if you're Addie, right? Because if that throw goes to first, you might round the corner and go to 3. But if you're Addie, you have to stay on the bag, and credit to Vandiver for being calm in the situation, not freaking out about not getting the out at first.
Because an out was recorded, it's not an infield hit for Sandoval. It would have been had Vandiver just put the ball in her pocket. Instead, it's a fielder's choice. 1 ball, no strikes now to Josie Sparks. Sparks flew out with the bases loaded to center field of the fifth inning, and that really turned out to be the last threat for OBU in the ballgame. There's a strike, but taken low, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. I can't figure the zone out.
And we talked about that in the first game. The zone kind of has seemed to be inconsistent at best today, and that may be part of the reason that Sparks flew out in the first game is because she got that wild strike call on the outside.
The 2-0 pitch, down and in, 3 balls and no strikes. Yeah, both pitches were called strikes to Josie in that fifth inning, were high and away. And it really kind of, I think, forced her thinking and the way she attacked the zone and popped out to center. Brian Madden already is out to the circle to talk to Chelsea Vandiver. With 1 on, 1 out. Bates running mistake by Eddie Reese has kept it from being 2 on, nobody out.
And it feels like, Todd, that this SNU staff has really used their meetings extremely well. It feels like every time they went out in that first game when they needed the key out or when they felt like maybe the pitching was starting to slip a little bit, they went out, had a quick meeting, and were able to regain that composure in the circle, and it's proven valuable for them.
3 balls, no strikes to Josie Sparks. We're in the bottom of the first. Here's Vandiver's pitch. In there for a strike. Josie thought it was ball 4. She'd make it a stride towards first. And Sparks would know the strike zone is better as well as anybody being a catcher.
Well, and I think he goes back to Caitlyn Bates behind the plate. She did a fantastic job. The pitch was outside, and credit to Bates, she brought it in.
Here's a 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And how different this at bat has just changed. You went from being 3-0 and most likely probably what could have been a walk with the original pitch spot. Bates did a great job of framing it. Now you're looking at a full count.
Vandiver's record just 2-8 to earn run average 4.45. The 2-strike pitch belted into left field. Going back is Morales, and it's gone, a home run. And Josie Sparks has given OBU their first lead of the season series against Southern Nazarene. It's 2-0.
And what a great piece of hitting from Josie Sparks. Down 3-2 in the count, and that's a hard pitch to take a full cut at. Most of the time you'll see a defensive swing. Not from Josie Sparks. She is not a defensive swinger. She will take a swing at anything she likes in the zone.
Josie Sparks with her 37th hit, 9th home run, RBI number 33 and 34. And OBU leads Chelsea Vandiver and Southern Nazarene 2-0. Here is Sam Campos, and Jace Brewer, the assistant in the third base box, is going to call for a meeting.
And you get the feeling that this is just telling Campos, like, hey, you are one of the most capable hitters on this team. And it just feels like, as a coach, that's part of your job description, is being able to pull your players out of any slump that you have and instill confidence in them. And I have a feeling that's what that was.
On Vandiver, that's her 6th home run allowed. The 20th as a staff for Southern Nazarene. And the first pitch to Campos is called a strike. Coach Brewer was not happy when I saw him briefly in the field in between ball games. He just didn't think they had enough competitive at-bats against Romero. Hard hit ground ball to third, gloved by Evans, over to first, and there's 2 gone.
And Todd, I think that's something that that has not been a characteristic of this Bison team this year. Me and you have commented on multiple games and multiple series where the Bison maybe weren't necessarily all the way in games, but you never saw that competitive fervor leave. And that's a rare example of what kind of felt like just kind of a lackluster day at the plate for the Bison.
Josie Sparks, big 2-run fly, has OBU in front. Here is Shelby Warden, who takes away 1 ball, no strikes. Shelby Warden, an infield hit, reached in an air, officially 1 for 3 against Jennifer Romero, the starter and winner for Southern Nazarene of the circle in Game 1. Next pitch, downstairs, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Caitlyn Bates, who started in left, catching into the second ball game, does a great job of framing pitches, something that Zach and I like to talk about. In comes the 2-0 pitch, and it's lined into center field. They'll play it on a hop. Third hit of the inning for OBU, and it's a 2-out wrap for Shelby Warden.
And it correct me if I'm wrong, but it looked like Everhart was almost on the back fence, like she was all the way back there. She was not standing anywhere near the middle of the outfield, and I don't know that was an interesting technique almost at center out there.
And that's probably going to be it for Vandiver as we have a pitcher come into the ball game for Southern Nazarene. SNU has used 6 different pitchers in the circle here in 2022. So Vandiver goes 2/3 of an inning, leaves with a 2-0 deficit. We'll tell you about the new pitcher for Southern Nazarene right after this on the Bison Sports Network. New pitcher for Southern Nazarene is sophomore transfer Kara Dean, Karrah, 5'10" from Guthrie, transfer from Oklahoma Christian. So the book is not closed yet on Chelsea Vandiver, who came in with a rather high earned run average, a win-loss of 2-8. She had only completed one of her prior 10 starts, and she goes 2/3 today. So Kara Dean in for just the 4th time and her 3rd relief appearance. She'll get Emily Smith, and the first pitch is inside, 1 ball, no strikes. So a much better start for Oklahoma Baptist, leading 2-0. They have already chased Vandiver, the starter. Kara Dean looks over to the first base dugout, now gets the side, and in comes the pitch. It's low, 2 balls and no strikes.
In this low strike zone that we saw getting called a lot of strikes early in the last game, already established there, and those are not going to be strikes in this game. The strike zone is going to be a little bit closer to the ankle line and up into like the mid-shoulder area for these hitters, and that's going to be a big adjustment from the first game today.
Everhart, by the way, is still played extremely deep in center. That pitch hits Emily Smith. So first and second now for Gwen Miller. Win to the first ball game, singled, walked, and flied out to left, so she had a pretty good ball game. For Kara Dean, that is the 2nd time that she has hit a batter in just 7 1/3 innings. So control has been her problem from time to time. Dean has already walked 6, and she misses high, 1 ball, no strikes. Tell you what, a base hit by Gwen Miller right here really breaks this game open early for the Bison.
You're absolutely right, and as you kind of travel through the bottom of this first inning, it feels like the Bison are trying to get on a run here.
Called strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Kara Dean, 0-1 record, 7.6 earned run average. 7 1/3 innings, 16 hits, 9 runs, 8 earned, 6 strikeouts, and 5 walks. Here is the 1-1 pitch. Inside corner at the knees, good placement, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And if I'm Coach Brewer in this Bison lineup, I want to see Dean throw strikes consistently. That's what I want to see. We know maybe she hasn't had the work and hasn't had the consistency that you would want from a pitcher. Force her to throw strikes.
In comes the pitch, and she chased a rise ball and slaps it out of play. So Miller holds at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gwen has hit safely in her last 3 ball games. Did not play against Southeastern in the first game of the series. Went 2 for 6 in the doubleheader sweep over the Savage Storm here on Saturday. Had a hit in today's first ball game. The 1-2 pitch upstairs, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's a good look at the freshman third baseman, Gwen Smith, as she readies for the at-bat. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on. Here's the pitch. Slaps it into right field. That's down for a base hit. That'll score a run. Warden comes around. Heading for third is Smith. And Miller has a 2-out RBI double.
Todd, you have to wonder if these little bloopers that are getting into short right field are a byproduct of how deep this new outfield is playing in the outfield. It feels like they are a matter of feet away from the wall if you look across the outfield.
That was a really good piece of hitting by the freshman, too. The pitch was at the outside half of the plate, and she just served it into right field. So the 8th hitter of the inning, Sammy Green, steps in and takes a strike. 0-1 the count. Sammy Green enters the ball game hitting .250 with 27 hits, 1 home run, 13 driven in. It's a 3 spot for Oklahoma Baptist against 2 SNU pitchers in the first. The pitch upstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And this back half of the Bison lineup is almost just as dangerous as this front half. They're a younger group, maybe don't have quite the reps that the older group has at the front half, but they can get on a run and absolutely blow a game open.
In comes the 1-1 pitch. That's down and in, 2 balls and 1 strike. There is a big difference. Zach, you play softball, maybe not at this level, but when you hit your pitch or the pitcher's pitch. In the first ball game, Romero was almost always ahead of the count. Vandiver and now Dean have not been.
And that's exactly right. When you get ahead as a pitcher, you get to dictate where the strike zone is.
Little blooper out into left. That'll drop for a base hit. 1 run will score. They're going to wave around Miller. The throw is cut off, and it's a 5 spot in the first for the Bison.
And that's the value in this quick half of the back lineup of the Bison. There's a ton of girls on this back half of the lineup that can run. They will move around the bases. They can play small ball if they need to. But anybody in the back half of this lineup and even in the front half can score from second in a blooper out to left field.
In the first ball game, OBU had some really well-hit balls right at the defenders. These are not hit all that well, but finding holes. And it's a 5-run first as OBU bats around as Reagan Ford comes to the plate. Runner takes off, the throw into second. Safe on a stolen base is Sammy Green.
And, Todd, I didn't really take note of the first game if the outfielders were always playing as deep as they're playing right now, especially out in center field. But if that's how it's going to be, then these bloopers are going to continue to drop for the Bison today.
1 ball, no strikes to Reagan Ford. In comes the pitch. And that one comes out of Dean's hand wrong, and it went straight right and hit just inside the chalk line, and that'll be a wild pitch as Green moves over to third.
And it almost looked like Dean hit her own hip with that pitch as she was coming through and bumped her right hip, and just the ball just lost.
2-0 the count. Here's the pitch, and that hits her. So Reagan Ford will run down to first base, and they're at the corners now for Addie Reese, who led the inning off with the single against Vandiver. Boy, as good as Jennifer Romero has been in 2 starts, limiting the Bison to a total of 8 hits and no runs in 14 innings. It has been a disaster for Vandiver and Dean.
And, Todd, Madison Arnold, the senior lefty, is out in the bullpen getting work right now for Southern Nazarene. And you get the feeling that for SNU, if they jump the gun on pulling Vandiver early in this game, because now you're looking at your third pitcher in the bottom of the first.
Reese takes a strike at the knees, 0-1 the count. This is turning into a game for the bullpen for Southern Nazarene. 0-1 pitch. Lined into the gap in right center field. It's down for a base hit. A run will score. Rounding second is Ford. They're going to send her home. The throw is cut off. Now the plate and safe at home plate is Reagan Ford. And it's a 2-run double for Addie Reese, and it's a 7-run first for the Bison.
What a big inning here for the Bison. The exact opposite of what the first game was. Starting out the bat, swinging early in the count, not allowing these Southern Nazarene pitchers to get ahead like Romero did early in the game last game. And you start to see when this Bison lineup gets to swing early and swing often, they build confidence, and this Bison team can ride a wave better than any in the conference.
Hannah Sattler, who was actually loosening to the bullpen late in the first ball game, is going to come in. So we'll have a third pitching change for the Crimson Storm here in the first, with OBU chasing both Vandiver and Dean with 7 runs and 6 hits. We'll tell you about Sattler right after this on the Bison Sports Network.
Now batting 13.
Hannah Sattler, Sattler, in for the 17th time, her 16th relief appearance. She is the third SNU pitcher here, the 7-run first for OBU. Sattler winds and delivers, and the pitch is a low. 1 ball, no strikes. Sattler is a sophomore from Simi Valley, California. We told you she was working to the bullpen behind Romero in the first ball game in the late innings. 1-0 pitch. Upstairs, 2 balls and no strikes to Cheyenne Sandoval. OBU has 3 extra base hits, the 2-run home run by Sparks, RBI doubles from Gwen Miller and Addie Reese, and Reese Curley is at second. 2-0 pitch, popped it up on the infield. That should do it for the inning. Sullivan is there, but the damage is done. Sattler comes in, retires the third out in 3 pitches. OBU sends 11 to the plate, 7 score on 6 hits, and they leave 1 aboard. Through 1 in game 2. It's 7-0 Oklahoma Baptist on the Bison Sports Network.
How can you describe Whataburger's honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich? The chicken just has a certain... And then there's the sauce that just gives you a little bit of... And the cheese? It's the exact right amount of... It's almost too hard to put it into... Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich at Whataburger. Just like you like it.
Welcome back to the Circle. Aspen Younts gifted a 7-run lead after OBU sends 11 to the plate in the first inning. Visit shopobubison.com, the official online store of Bison Athletics. Browse their tremendous selection of officially licensed OBU shirts, hats, jackets, and much more. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. This year, Tinker Federal Credit Union is celebrating 75 years of TFCU and you, helping members achieve their goals and realize their dreams since 1946. Learn more at tinkerfcu.org. Emma Swearingen to lead off. 4, 5, and 6 for Southern Nazarene. And if you're OBU, you want Younts to go out and continue the dominance. Don't let these Crimson Storm hitters back into the ballgame.
You're absolutely right. And at times it seemed like Aspen has struggled a little bit this year, and I don't want to take your gimmick, but she has the stuff. And it's just a matter of her putting it together, which she has these past couple appearances, going back to the Harding series where she had got a loss on the record, but when you look at her performance, there's a lot more consistency there.
This is up and in for ball 1 to Swearingen, the first baseman for the Crimson Storm. 7-0 OBU. Here's the pitch. It's away. What you have to do, if you're Younts, is go out there with the same mentality that your team went 3 up, 3 down to their half of the inning. Forget about that 7-0 lead. 2-0 the count to Swearingen, the first baseman. Fellers and then Evans here with the second. That's a big fly ball, right field. Going back is Ford, and it's gone. Emma Swearingen with a home run, and just like that, it's a 7-1 ball game. That's what I'm talking about. Attack the hitters. She fell behind 2-0 and then had to come in with a belt-high fastball.
And that's feels like it's been the story of the day for both early in this game for both pitchers, getting behind in the count as we saw Romero and Jones dominate each lineup respectfully because they got ahead in the count and were able to throw those kind of edge zone pitches that kind of trickle the line between ball and strike. But when you get down in the count, you have to put one down Broadway, and that happens.
Swearingen with her first hit after going 0 for 3 in today's first game. Here is Hayley Fellers, a left-handed hitting right fielder who takes low and away, 1 ball, no strikes. Well, I can guarantee you'll see Natalie Jones back out there in the circle before this 7-run lead is exhausted. It's not to say it's going to happen, but they're not about to let Southern Nazarene back in this thing. Big swing, no contact, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
And credit to Aspen Younts. She's been in this situation before. She has fought her way out of this almost exact same situation a couple times this year. Her resiliency in the circle has been the story of her career here on Bison Hill, and she has shown the ability to come back from a situation like this.
Aspen's 1-1 offering. Swing and a miss. High fastball away, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. That has been Younts' pitch, especially to left-handed hitters in games we've seen. High and away fastball. Younts gets the sign from Sam Maples. Now brings home the 1-2 pitch. Little low. That's a good burn pitch. Really close to take with 2 strikes. It evens up 2-2. Fellers today with a hat trick of the first game against Natalie Jones with 3 strikeouts. A day that Hayley set the single-season strikeout record here at OBU. The 2-2 pitch. High and away, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And if you're Younts, I still think you throw an edge pitcher. You don't want to put one down Broadway, allow for back-to-back home runs. What you want to do is you maybe an edge pitch, if you put one on at first, it's not the end of the world here. Just don't give anything that they can give a ride out of the ballpark.
7-1 Bison. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Chased one away and pops that one out of play. Southern Nazarene is red hot. They started 4-15. They played a tough non-conference schedule. Scuffle to the early part of the league schedule since have won 12 of their last 15, including 4 straight with a sweep of Northwestern last week and a victory here today in Shawnee. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and a bouncer out to first, and that'll get past the second baseman Reese and into right field. So a good piece of hitting by Feller. She just went with it. It was a bouncer towards first, but it was enough out of the reach of Warden, and then took a big hop into the outfield for a back-to-back hit.
It feels like that's happened a couple times for this new team, and it's been a great piece of hitting. They haven't had to mash the ball out to the outfield to get hits. They've been able to place it really well in the outside edge of the grass, and get hits and put runners on base and move them around the base pass.
Evans is 0 for 2 with a walk. She actually had a single taken away by Reagan Ford, who threw her out from right field. There's a ground ball headed for center, and it's 3 straight hits now for Southern Nazarene off Aspen Yates. This is what I'm talking about. Relax. Don't worry about having a 7, now a 6-run lead. Go out there and be as dominant as you were to the first 3 hitters to start the ball game.
And you have to think,
Josie Sparks.
yeah, and that's exactly what Josie's saying. Josie's a vet, and so is Aspen. They've both been in situations where you allow multiple hits before, and all it is just a leader telling another girl, like, hey, you're okay. You have the stuff, not to steal your gimmick again, but you have the stuff. Just relax and throw your pitch and just worry about the hitter at the plate. The rest will take care of itself. Your defense is good behind you. You know what you have to do. Just throw pitches down the middle on the strike zone and get the hitter to put the ball in play.
Bison are 5-6 at home games. Southern Nazarene 4-7. The first game, the outcome went as a road loss for OBU. They show bunt, good bunt. Charging as Miller throws to first. Out as recorded. It's a 5-4 sacrifice, though, as Sullivan gets the job done.
And you won't see more third baseman attack bunts as good as Miller does. She's so quick getting to the ball. Single hand scoop, doesn't even need to use a glove, uses the grab, ball hand, gives it a good throw to first, and it was just a great out.
Morales had a 3-pitch at bat against Jones, pinch hitting the game 1, and went down swinging. Hannah starts and left and swings away and fouls that one back for a strike. It's 0-1.
And only in 2 at-bats for Morales in this series, we've seen she is not afraid to attack that first pitch of the at-bat.
If you're just joining, OBU sent 11 to the plate, scored 7 on 6 hits, 3 of those for extra bases in their half of the first. Vandiver started, went 2/3 of an inning. Dean did not record it out. That pitch is popped up towards the left field corner and foul. And it's now no balls, 2 strikes. And then Sattler came in, threw 3 pitches to induce a pop out to short to end the OBU first. And SNU, however, has come back. A leadoff home run from Swearinger, back-to-back singles by Fellers and Evans. And a sacrifice has them at second and third with 1 out here in the second. Aspen Younts wants to do softball. She will be granted that. Reason for the delay. OBU is out hit, Southern Nazarene 6-3. We're in the second. Younts winds and brings it home, and the pitch is fought off and out of play as it slices down the right field line.
And Todd, this is what you talked about earlier. This is exactly where Aspen Younts wants to live. Up in the count, and now you get to throw a couple burn pitches, maybe miss outside in the zone, have the opportunity to get an early hit out into the get an out at first, deal with the batter at the plate, and not worry about the runner at third or second, because like you said earlier in this game, it's inconsequential. It doesn't matter what's around you. The situation, you and the batter are locked in a war there in the circle.
Apparently, Aspen's having some problem with the grip on the softball because she just asked for another ball. Boy, you need to get Morales here. This is her 26th game, 21st start. She's hitting just .210. The pitch, up and in, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hannah Morales hitting .210 on the season. This past weekend went 2 for 4 against Northwestern. She is 0 for 4 on the season against the Bison. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And a fly ball into left field. Didn't get enough of it. Green to her right is there. Makes the catch. The runner will tag. Sammy's throw comes in a short. And it's a 7-2 ball game. So Morales drives home the run. For Hannah Morales, that is RBI number 9 on the season. And there's 2 outs for Sydney Everhart. Sydney Everhart is playing her 30th game, 28th start, hitting .172. So Younts a chance to shut this rally down here in the second. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to second to her right. Reese on to first. Bounces it. And Warden unable to scoop it out. A run will score, and heading for second base now is Everhart. And it's a 7-3 ball game.
And it looked like maybe Reese just tried to almost short arm that ball to first. Maybe didn't want to give it the full throw that you see her make consistently from that second base position. Maybe just left it a little bit short, and Warden wasn't able to pick it out.
It's now a 7-3 ball game. The run is unearned off Aspen Younts. So no RBI for Everhart, and Hashiki in the top of the order will bat for a second time in as many innings. Here is the pitch. It's downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. So the first 3 reached, all 3 have scored. It's a 4-run game now after OBU led 7-0 after 1. Here's the 1-0 pitch. At the letters for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Todd, it seems like we haven't seen the off-speed from Younce as much as we normally do. Usually that's one of her hallmark pitches in her sequence. You'll see that rise ball outside in the zone and then the fastball, but we haven't seen the off-speed off of that yet today.
1 ball and 1 strike. Fastball away, 2-1. Brian Madden, in his 3rd season technically, his first is outright the head coach at SNU, was named the co-head coach with Terry Weber back in 2019. During that time, the Crimson Storm went 36-28. This year they're 16-18. Here's the pitch. Check swing and a roller foul on the first base side. So Liana Hasheki is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Terry Weber went 17 seasons as the head coach in Bethany. 436 wins, 447 losses, and 1 tie. Step down to the end of last year. The 2-2 pitch is away, and it's full. Weber was the 2nd coach in program history, making Madden the 3rd. So a lot of longevity in that first base coaches or third base coaches box for Southern Nazarene at ball 4. So Aspen Younce walks Hasheki. And they're at first and second with 2 outs for Natalie Jones.
Now batting number 4, Natalie Jones.
Natalie Jones grounded out 3rd to 1st on a good backhanded play by Gwen Miller, her first time up. Jones 2 for 4 of the ball game, or in the doubleheader today. Now the pitch, in there for a strike, and it's 0-1.
And there's the off-speed we were just talking about a couple minutes ago, early in the count, and I like that from Younce. Establish that the tempo is going to change on these pitches. Don't let a hitter get a read on where your ball is going to end up.
The throw-in error by Reese has opened the floodgates because now you have the top 2 hitters in the order and by average coming to the plate. A little fister to 3rd. Miller has it, and that will do it on the 2nd. So the Nazarene sends 8 to the plate, 3 score. They do it on 3 hits at error, and they leave 2 aboard. We go to the the bottom of the 2nd. It's 7-3, Oklahoma Baptist on the Bison Sports Network.
Noble McIntyre.
And I'm Jordan Klinger of McIntyre Law.
The devastation of losing a loved one is impossible to measure. When it happens because of someone else's negligence, the grief can be overwhelming. Wrongful death cases are unique.
Whether the cause was an automobile, semi, motorcycle, medical malpractice, or job-related accident, we can help.
If you want to know more about your family's rights, call us. The consultation is free. We love what we do, and we're good at it. We are trial lawyers. Call McIntyre Law today.
Bottom of the second inning here from Bison Softball Park. Todd Miller, Zach Frazier with you. Josie Sparks, who led the 7-run first inning off with a 2-run home run to lead off the second. Bison fans, if you are a fan of golf, and Zach and I certainly are, well, this is the month for you on shopobubison.com. During the month of April, you can get 20% off golf products. Don't miss out on this great discount. Visit shopobubison.com today. Josie, her 9th home run of the year, back in the first. Takes the inside corner for a strike. It is 0-1.
And we haven't seen that inside corner fastball get called a strike much today, and you wonder if that's going to be a pitch that we start to see more as this game goes on, if that's going to get called a strike.
Sattler, the 3rd Crimson Storm hurdler of this ball game, off speed right down the middle. I don't know what Josie was looking for, but I can tell you it wasn't that pitch. Sparks collects her thoughts, takes a couple of practice cuts outside the batter's box. It's a good look at the 5th-year senior for Maud. In comes the 0-2 pitch, and it's in tight. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That looked very similar to the first pitch that was called a strike.
And credit to Josie. I think it may have been because she stepped into that pitch, which was the whole reason that did not get called a strike. But you're absolutely right, and it seems like the inconsistency in the strike zone is throwing these pitchers off a little bit for Snoo early in this game.
1-2 to Sparks. The pitch. Little high, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sattler wanted that call and didn't get it. Josie, a terrific young lady. She loves the game, loves being a Bison. Enjoys individual success, but maybe not as much as team success, and that's what you need. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and a high fly ball into left field. That's trouble if it stays fair. It is tailing into foul territory, and it is caught in the corner. Good play that time by the left fielder for Southern Nazarene, Hannah Morales. She went almost up to the dead corner in left field.
And Morales, I think, was expecting that left to right field win that we had early in this game. But as you can see on the broadcast, the flag out in center is dead now. There is hardly any wind as this nightcap has kind of started to come on during this game. So she did a good job of reacting to the wind not being there.
Here's Campos, who takes the first pitch. Inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Speaking of golf, Masters Week, Tiger Woods going to tee off on Thursday in Augusta, Georgia. How about that? 14 months away from nearly losing his life in an automobile accident. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's belted into left field. That is down for a base hit. Just out of the reach of Morales, and it's going to be a double for Campos. So OBU has 4 of their 6 hits for extra bases. And Campos, maybe that will get her started again.
And we've been saying it today and going back to Southeastern, too. She's been due for a while. She's one of the best hitters on this OBU lineup when she's hitting on all cylinders. And you're right, maybe that does kickstart her.
36th hit of the year for Campos, second behind Josie Sparks. It's also her 9th double, second behind Josie in that category. Warden jumps on the first pitch, pops it out into right center field. It's going to drop. They're going to wave around Campos. The throw home is not in time, and OBU gets a run back. It's 8-3 of the bloop RBI single by Shelby Warden.
And Todd, already in not even two, an inning and a quarter of work. How many times have we seen that bloop single get down in the outfield? And it seems like this Southern Nazarene outfield has not reacted to that at all. They're still playing really deep in the outfield, not worried about those singles at all.
There is absolutely no wind here at the ballpark as the sun starts to set behind the tree line beyond the outfield fence. Here's Emily Smith, hit by a pitch, scored a run to the first, takes low, 1 ball, no strikes. So the Bison have scored now against all 3 SNU pitchers in 2 innings. Beautiful spring evening here at Shawnee. The 1-0 pitch hit hard and just foul the third base side. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bison have not won against Southern Nazarene in softball in 3 calendar years. They dropped all 3 last year, did not play in 2020. Their last win came in the calendar year of 2019. Fouled back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Smith working on that one of the handle. Theopolis Social Club, a proud supporter of Bison Athletics. Visit theopolissc.com or call 405-788-4404 to make your reservation. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Lined into left field. That is a solid single. Over to cut it off again is Morales. You know, bad shooting in basketball is contagious, just like good shooting is contagious. Slumping hitters are contagious, and right now you're seeing a hit parade as everybody's seeing the ball well in the second game. So after Sparks was retired on a foul out, a double back-to-back singles, OBU leads at 8-3 with 2 on and 1 out as Miller takes a pitch for a strike. SNU 23-18-2 all-time of the softball diamond against OBU. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Outside quarter, Miller behind, no balls, 2 strikes.
And Miller's looked at that exact same pitch twice now. Great spot from Sadler there. That outside fastball is going to be called a strike. The umpires established that very early in this game, so these Bison hitters are going to have to start swinging at it. 2 on, 1 in, 1 out in the second. Here's the pitch upstairs.
And Gwynn is 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gwen Miller in the first ball game had a single and a walk, was 1 for 2. Miller has hit safely in 3 straight, but that's half the story. The job defensively she's done at third with the glove has been just as impressive, if not more so. Lays off of a screwball low and away, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Great job by Miller laying off that screwball. That ball started at the knees and would have been a strike had it not dove down at the last second. And we've seen a couple of these Southern Nazarene pitchers have that screwball in their arsenal, and it's been a good pitch for them so far.
8-3 Bison of the second. The pitch lined into left field, but that's foul. Miller was just out in front of that pitch that was down near the handle of the bat. So Gwynn will see at least 1 more from Setter.
And Satter's gone back to that inside fastball now twice against OBU hitters in this inning, and it's worked both times. Credit to Gwen Miller for bringing the hands inside and getting enough of the handle on it to give it a ride for a foul ball.
Sattler's batted average against .305, and OBU's hit her hard for 3 hits here in this inning. The 2-strike pitch, swing and a miss. She laid off with a tough one the previous pitch. Went chasing that time. Miller 1 for 2 of the ball game, and here comes Sammy Green with 2 outs.
And you have to wonder if those first two pitch strikes on the outside fastball is the reason she chased the one that was over the chalk line on the left field side batter's box. Great pitch.
Sparks gave OBU a 2-0 lead. It was 3-0 after Gwen Smith's double back in the first. 5-0 after Green drove in 2, but she jumps on this pitch and fouls it out to first. So Green is out number 3. OBU completes 1 on 3 hits. They leave 2 aboard. We move to the third in Shawnee. It's Oklahoma Baptist 8, SNU 3 on the Bison Sports Network.
Yes. Whataburger's Honey Barbecue Chicken Strip Sandwich. It's just so, it's almost too hard to put into words. The Honey Barbecue Chicken Strip Sandwich from Whataburger. Just like you like it.
Caitlyn Bates to lead off. She was a strikeout victim against Aspen Younts back in the first. Younts has worked 2, 3 runs, 3 hits. SNU's trended 2 through 2 innings. Right-hander brings home the pitch, and it's off speed, a swing and a miss. Bates was fooled. She knew it and could not stop her momentum.
And we talked about that at the last inning. We feel like that Aspen, when she's at her best, she's incorporating that off speed and messing with the tempo of her pitches, and that was a great way to start a great inning.
0-1 the count to the catcher, Caitlyn Bates. 8-3 Oklahoma Baptist in the third. Next pitch, outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Let me just say kudos to the OBU Department of Communications with the 3-camera system that we've used the last week or so for softball. We'll be doing it for baseball as well. Very, very great job by the communications department. Fly ball into center field. Green is there, and she puts it away for out number 1. It's kind of an odd time of day. There's still just a little bit of sunlight, but not much. The lights are on, but they're certainly not a factor. Here is Emma Swearingen. Hit a solo home run back in the second inning. In comes the pitch, and a ground ball foul on the third base side for a strike. You're watching OBUBison.com. It's the official website of OBU Athletics. You can get all the latest news on your favorite sports teams, and as you're doing right now, listen to the live streams right here at OBUBison.com. No balls, 1 strike. We are in the third. Here's the pitch. Down and in, 1 ball and 1 strike. Softball on the road to Northwestern. The Rangers baseball team next door to take on Oklahoma Baptist in a 3-game series for the surging Bison. In comes the 1-1 pitch. Took something off of it, misses low, and it's 2-1.
And Todd, I don't mind that off-speed miss outside in the zone. We've seen that outside zone for these right-handed hitters get called strikes early today. If you're going to miss, low and outside is not a bad miss.
2 balls, 1 strike. In comes Yount's pitch, swing at a foul tip. She chased one up near the eyes and fouled it back.
And one of the hardest things to do as a competitor, especially one that wants to compete at the highest level like here in Division II college athletics, is rebound from what you know was a subpar outing. As a competitor, to be able to regain composure and throw like Aspen's throwing right now speaks a lot to the character in the circle for her.
Yount's has gone full to Swearinger, the cleanup hitter for Southern Nazarene. It's now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Record-setting day today, Hayley Jones, becoming the all-time single-season strikeout leader on Bison Hill. Jones did it in 151 innings. Actually less than 145. She now has 151 of the season. The ball's hit hard but fouled in the left field corner. Destiny Anderson, the current softball coach at East Central, Hall of Famer here at OBU. Struck out 210 batters in 1998, but did it in 229 innings. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Hard hit, foul again on the ground third base side.
Another great example of what an off-speed pitch from Yount's can do to hitters. You saw how ahead Swearingen was in that at bat, and she's kind of guessing at the tempo of what's going to come next from Yount's. Yount's done a great job of switching it up, and now it's about placement and not allowing for a big hit from Swearingen.
Swearingen hit her 4th home run of the year, drove in her 18th with a solo home run off of Aspen Yount's back in the second, early hit in today's doubleheader. Emma came in over 32 games, 24 starts, hitting .338, third of the club, behind Hashiki's .422 and Jones' .369. There's the 3-2 pitch, and she walked her. That's a good at-bat for Swearingen. So a one-out base runner for the right fielder, Hallie Fellers.
And Todd, you've mentioned it a couple times today. It's something. There's an issue with the softballs for OBU, and I can't tell if it's a grip issue or if there's losing a lot to foul balls. But there has been an abundance of replacement of softballs going on early in this game.
Fellers singled, scored a run off Yount's, back in the 3-run second. First pitch downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Fellers hitting .321 of the season with 27 hits, 3 home runs, 17 driven in. Hayley Fellers against Oklahoma Baptist in the earlier season meeting went 0 for 3. In comes the pitch and a foul tip. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. That single, the second, ended what had been an 0 for 6 series ledger for Fellers against the Bison pitching staff. All that, though, against Hayley Jones. She's facing Yount's for the first time. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 on, 1 out. Top of the third, and that one is low. Hayley Fellers was 1 for 3 with 3 runs scored against Northwestern of the impressive SNU sweep over the Lady Rangers in Bethany last week. Swept Northwestern back to Alva by a count of 21-10. Off speed, called strike, and it's even up 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and 2 the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Change speeds on her, and Hayley Fellers goes down swinging. Good pitch by Aspen. Now 2 out here with the third for Hayley Evans.
Amazing placement by Aspen on the off speed, but I think almost just as much credit goes to Maples, Coach Maples, because I think Felling was expecting another fastball off the off speed, expecting a fastball, the tempo change, and credit to Maples, who went off speed and followed it up with another off speed.
Evans is a freshman from Deer Creek High School in Edmond, made her debut against OBU and Bethany back on March the 8th when hitless and one at bat. She takes a called strike here. It's 0-1. She has started to see more and more time as the months of April and May loom. Fastball high, 1 ball and 1 strike. She played against OBU, played all 3 against Southwestern, 1 of the 3 against Arkansas Tech. And has played now in both games today, meaning that she has played in 8 straight conference games for the Crimson Storm. 8-3 Oklahoma Baptist. The pitch, swing and a miss. And it's 1-2, advantage to Aspen Younts.
And this is where Younts is at her best, ahead in the count, able to toy with the off speed away in the zone, and then you can bring that high fastball she loves to throw as her strikeout pitch off of it.
1-2. Can she finish off? Hayley Evans. She brings it home. And a called third strike. That was not a strike, but the umpire called it one. So Aspen Younts gets her third strikeout, her second of the inning. No hits, 1 left and a walk. We go to the bottom of the third, 8-3 Oklahoma Baptist on the Bison Sports Network. Bison fans, don't forget you can stay up to date on the latest at OBU Sports by following us on Facebook at OBU Bison and on Twitter and Instagram at OBU_athletics. Keep up with Bison softball by following them at OBU_softball on Twitter and Instagram.
Right fielder, number 4.
Reagan Ford to lead off the bottom of the third for OBU. Bison with a 7-run first. Southern Nazarene with 3 of the half of the second. Bison got 1 back. That's where we stand. 8-3 of the first pitch is a strike from Sattler. Sattler made 1 appearance in the Harding series, went 2/3 of an inning, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. She pitched 2 innings on April the 2nd against Northwestern last weekend. 2 walks, a hit, and 1 strikeout. 1 ball, 1 strike to Reagan Ford, who was hit by a pitch and scored to the first. Sattler gets the sign and brings home the pitch. Outside corner for a strike, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sattler facing Reagan Ford. She's the 8th Bison to face Hannah since she came in back in the first. Of the previous 7, she's retired 4 and 3 have reached. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Upstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. The final OBU hitter to have their first look at Hannah Sattler is on deck. That's Addie Reese. Two balls, 2 strikes. Nobody on, nobody out in the third. Here's the pitch. Low and away, and it's full.
A great job by Ford. That outside pitch is the one that got called a strike 2 pitches before. So for her to be able to lay off that pitch knowing it was a little bit further out than the one she saw before, great piece of hitting from Reagan Ford.
Here's the payoff pitch. Hannah Sattler to Reagan Ford. And she chased ball 4, but it's a fair ball. Past the third baseman Evans, down the left field line. A good job of Morales to get the ball in quickly and hold Reagan Ford with that speed to just a single.
And you're right, Ford rounded that first base bag and wanted 2, and she was about to go get it too. But credit to Morales out and left. He's made a couple good plays early in this game. And you get the feeling that OBU is on the verge of another run here where they can rattle off another 4 or 5 runs at the top of the
Brian Madden, you just saw it in your screen, came out, sent them to the home plate umpire, and they just wanting confirmation that ball was fair. And it is going OBU's way. They've dinked and dunked themselves now to 10 hits. That was a pitch that was probably ball 4. Ford didn't get a lot on it, but enough to get it past Evans for a base hit. There's a ground ball off Reese's bat to short. Sullivan scoops and throws to first, and out at first base is Addie Reese. Ford, though, moves into scoring position of the out at second base.
Credit to Sullivan at short. That was a heck of a throw. Reese was moving down the first base line and almost any delay from Sullivan at shortstop would have not got the throw there in time.
There's Cheyenne Sandoval, a chance to pick up a run for OBU. Bison with a 5-run advantage here in the bottom of the third. Sandoval scored after reaching the first inning fielder's choice, popped out to Sullivan at second to end the first. 1 ball, no strikes to the left-handed hitting senior shortstop, Cheyenne Sandoval. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Called strike away, evens it up, 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, you were talking about the problems for OBU have not really been in the circle, especially with Hayley Jones or defensively. Bison are the top 5 out of 12 teams in the Great American Conference in the fewest errors and fielding percentage, so they've been good. Southern Nazarene has been a little bit leaky defensively, yet their records certainly don't reflect that. 2 balls and 1 strike to Sandoval. Now the infield is shifted around in center and left towards the foul line, and they're playing much more shallow than they were in that first inning. Two balls and 2 strikes. Pitch looked pretty low to Cheyenne Sandoval.
There's been a couple pitches that have been called strikes, but that just shows you if you're an OBU hitter or a Southern Nazarene hitter, you have to swing at anything that's close to the strike zone.
2-2 the count. Here's the pitch, and she fights it away. You might be able to see on your screen the sunset behind the tree line beyond the left field fence. It is really pretty tonight. Two balls and 2 strikes. We are in the third. In comes the pitch. Slow. So Sattler starting to get herself into problems, Zach, as did Dean and then Vandiver before her, working behind of the count. 3-2 is not the count you want to throw to. Here's the pitch. Popped up. Tailed into the foul territory. Morales has a play on it and makes the catch. Reagan Ford stays put at second now with 2 outs after another foul out for Sandoval. That's her 3rd of the day. She had 2 to the catcher with the first ball game.
And Hannah Morales out in left field has made a couple of key plays on foul balls that have gotten Southern Nazarene out of innings. But you talked about the pitching and the struggles of missing the zone and getting behind in the count, but I think a lot of credit needs to go to Bates behind the plate because she has stopped a lot of balls and keeping runners from advancing. You think about how different this is if the runner advances from second to third on a couple pass balls that have been low in the zone.
Madden goes out to visit with his battery and also the infield. I can tell you they're discussing on how they want to deal with Josie Sparks. Sparks is 1 for 2 today. She hit a towering fly ball into the left field corner. It was run down by Hannah Morales back of the second inning. So really she has missed just her 2nd home run of the ball game by not much. Let's see how Sattler decides to deal with Josie Sparks. Facing her for a 2nd time, but the pitch is low. 1 ball, no strikes.
And we've seen this before where pitching staffs and coaching will collude to kind of work around Josie in the lineup. You go back to Southeastern in the first game on Saturday, that's exactly what they did. They gave her a 4-pitch walk out to first just to avoid working to her.
1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch, shy it away. Looks like to me they're going to be very careful. It may be an intentional, unintentional walk here where Josie really doesn't get much to swing at. And they would deal with a freshman on deck hitter, Sam Campos. Campos, though, already has doubled off Sattler. That came back in the second batter of that inning. Here's the pitch. Outside quarter for a strike. It's 2-1. I don't think Josie was expected to strike there.
I don't think so either. You looked at Bates and the way that she set her glove up was really low inside in the zone, and then you saw her jump to the outside of the plate, throw that hand up waist high. That was absolutely great setup by Bates behind the plate.
9 home runs for Josie Sparks, a team lead. She's moved into the top 6 in the conference in that category. Takes low ball 3.
And you get the feeling that what Sattler's trying to get here is a reach hit. You kind of want that outside, try to get Josie to kind of slap at one on the opposite side of the plate. Josie, to her credit, hasn't fallen.
3-1 pitch is low. So that's exactly what we said. It was an intentional but unintentional walk. Not the conventional sense, but she just nibbled around the strike zone. In fact, there was only 1 pitch that was close to a strike. Sparks draws a 2-out walk, and here's Campos. But you know the competitor in Sam wants to make Brian Madden pay for that decision. Here's the first pitch. Good pitch, strike. 0-1 the count.
You're right. We saw this play out 2 weekends ago on the baseball field, too. They walked Dan Pruitt in the exact same kind of fashion, not an intentional walk, but to get to Schroeder, who was in a slump. Almost the same situation.
0-1 pitch. Strike at the knees. No balls, 2 strikes. So now Campos has watched 2 good pitches go by.
Almost in the same exact way that Miller watched 2 pitches go by earlier in this inning. You have to start swinging at those outside pitches if you're a Bison hitter.
0-2 the count. Pitch is low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Whataburger is proud to support Bison Athletics and proud to feed OBU fans 24 hours a day. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Pop up into right field. Fellers is there. 2 steps coming in. And the inning is over. A single to walk is wasted. 2 left. But we go to the 4th. OBU still leading 8-3 in the Bison Sports Network.
How can you describe Whataburger's honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich? The chicken just has a certain... And then there's the sauce that just gives you a little bit of... And the cheese? It's the exact right amount of... It's almost too hard to put it into... Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich at Whataburger. Just like you like it.
Top of the 4th inning. Todd Miller, Zach Frazier with you on the Bison Sports Network. It'll be the lower third of SNU's lineup here in the 4th inning. Crimson Storm have pitched back-to-back 1-0 shutout wins in Bethany in March, and the final game of what was scheduled to be a home doubleheader in Bethany here today. OBU, though, with a 7-run first, has been in control since the bottom half of the inning. Brooklyn Sullivan, a 5-4 sacrifice bunt to lead off the 4th. And the first pitch is hit foul. Good effort by Gwen Miller, diving into foul territory, but couldn't quite get there. It's 0-1.
And you ounce a resilient effort on the mound today. You had that 3-run second inning, and she was able to calm herself, compose herself in that circle by herself, regardless of the ball struggles there's been. You have to wonder if maybe it's the wetness of the field outside due to the rain yesterday. Maybe that's kind of the battle they're fighting. Oftentimes we're seeing the ball switched out after it goes to the outfield.
I just saw it there again. Yeah, there's a ton, and we talked about this at the open of the broadcast, a ton of standing water just outside the playing surface. 0-1 the count to Brooklyn Sullivan. The pitch from Aspen upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brooklyn Sullivan is playing at her 20th game, making her 18th start. 3:08. She started both ends of the doubleheader today. Has 12 hits, but only 39 at-bats entering the 2-game set this afternoon. Here is the 1-1 pitch. Downstairs, 2 balls and 1 strike. Brooklyn Sullivan played at all 3 games against Northwestern, went hitless at her final 4 at-bats over the last 2 games, was 1 for 8 against Lady Ranger pitching. That 1 hit was a single. Here's the pitch. Fouled out down the right field line. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Brooklyn today still looking for her first hit against OBU pitching. 0 for 3 of the first game, 0 for 1. Hitless with a sacrifice bunt in this one. Sullivan did not play when these two teams met in early March over in Bethany. Ryan Madden doing another great job with the SNU softball program. In comes the 2-2 pitch, and he pops it up down the line and right. Giving chase is Reagan Ford, and Ford makes the catch, and there's one out. So a really good play by Reagan Ford. So 1 up, 1 down, and here is Hannah Morales. I had to hold off on that call because it's really hard to see once the defensive player gets on the other side of the first base dugout. Morales has an RBI on a sac fly of this one. Skies the first pitch out to third. Down the line comes Miller, and Gwynn has it for out number 2.
And Todd, we have seen Morales in 3 at-bats today, and she has not watched the first pitch go by a single time today. She has swung at every first pitch she's seen. Obviously confident in what she can do with the plate, but at some point I feel like you kind of have to start seeing pitches so you can get a read on what Aspen Younts has given you.
She has seen 8 pitches from Younts and Jones. She swung at 7 of them. Swinging away, Everhart fouls that one back, and it's strike 1. Sydney Everhart did not play in the first ball game. Hannah Morales before her had a pinch hit at bat in the first game, but did not play positionally in the 1-0 Southern Nazarene victory. Baseball this weekend, 5:55 next door at Bobby Cox Field. Rangers and the Bison. Fly ball into left center field. That's trouble, and that is gone. Home run, Sydney Everhart. There wasn't much doubt about that one off the bat. And it's 8-4 now, Bison, after Aspen Younts gives up her second big fly of the ball game.
And Everhart erasing that 0 in the home run column. Now meant not. She was, prior to this game, the only starter in this SNU lineup to not hit a home run, and credit to her, that's her first one of the year. And a great piece of hitting, waiting for that inside fastball. She knew Younts was going to give her a fastball, and it was just a matter of waiting on it, and she waited on it, turned her hips, and gave it a ride.
It's also her 4th run batted into the spring. Here is Liana Hashiki. Hashiki, the designated player, walked and flied out to left in her 2 at-bats today against Aspen Younts. Hashiki is hitless in the doubleheader at 4 official at-bats and takes low and away, 1 ball, no strikes. Hashiki comes in having hit safely in 6 consecutive before going hitless against Hayley Jones today.
Wow.
She had 5 hits in 11 at-bats against Northwestern of the 3-game sweep last week. In fact, with the exception of the 1-for-4 effort in the final game of that series with Northwestern, the prior 5 games of that hit streak all had been multi-hit affairs. Swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. So Hashiki has been cooled off. OBU hoping to do the same to Southern Nazarene if they can hold on to this 4-run lead here in the 4th. The 1-1 pitch. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. That's been a strike to other hitters.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. That has been a strike today. But in fairness to Hashiki, it seems like Hayley Jones has had that cooling down effect on a lot of hitters this year. Almost everybody she's played this year, she's been effective in striking out multiple hitters.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Downstairs, it's 3-1. You know, you look at Kaylee's numbers, she has 10 losses. And people will say there's no way she's the best pitcher in the conference. Yes, she is the best pitcher in the conference. She's lost a lot of 1-run games, a lot of low-scoring games. I can remember at least 2 1-0 losses in this ballpark this year. 3 balls and a strike. Aspen Younts walked her this tie. 2 straight walks for Hashiki out of the leadoff spot. And now Aspen must deal with Natalie Jones.
And to go back to your point about Hayley Jones, I would love you to find another hitter or another pitcher in the conference that retired, what was it, 20 straight in that second game in the doubleheader against Southeastern. 20 straight hitters in the back half of that game. The consistency.
First pitch to Jones, fouled out.
The consistency that Jones has provided in the circle for this Bison team, not only on Friday nights, but carrying that production over into the first game or third or second game of a doubleheader has been unbelievable.
Yeah, that 20 consecutive outs against Southeastern and what turned out to be a 1-0 victory is one of the more stellar individual performances I've seen, and I've been doing this a long time. It is nearly a perfect game. It was not a perfect game. It came from the fifth inning on of that contest. 1 ball and 1 strike now. Aspen Jones against Natalie Jones, or Aspen Younts against Natalie Jones. If she blinks at all, OBU probably loses that game. 1-1 the count. 1 on, 1 in, 2 out. And a fly ball down the right field corner. Ford will give chase, but it's out of play, and now Younts has the advantage at 1-2.
And this is where you would want to see Younts work that off-speed low in the zone, force Jones to go chase a slow ball. If anything, if she's able to get the bat on it, it's a roller to second, easy play at second or first, whichever the easy play's at. For Younts, it's been a matter of establishing the off-speed and not missing with the fastball. She's missed a couple times with the fastball in the middle of the zone today. Can't miss that fastball.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Come on, Aspen. Let's finish her off. Fly ball. Popped up. Out of play, first base side. So the battle continues.
And credit to Jones, a great piece of defensive hitting there. That fastball was outside in the zone. We've seen that pitch get called both a strike and a ball today, so Jones knows she has to take a swing at it.
1-2 the count. We'll do it again. Younts looks over to her head coach at the mouth of the dugout. Now gets the sign, brings it in. A pitch again swatted out of play. So the battle continues. We've seen Aspen lose at least one prolonged 3-2 battle earlier in the ball game.
And that was almost the exact same pitch, outside, high in the zone, about hand high on Jones. I would not be surprised to see an off-speed or anything really inside in the zone here.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's Yount's pitch downstairs, and it's 2-2. Fans, we've gone mobile on the Hill. From schedules to news alerts about your favorite Bison programs, the OBU mobile app has you covered. You can find the app on Google Play and the iPhone app stores. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 8-4, anxious moments of the game. OBU led 7-0 at the end of 1, and another pop-up and out of play.
And if you watch the series this weekend, this is awful reminiscent of what the Southeastern leadoff hitter Streetman gave Aspen problems with a couple times in what we saw, which were 7, 8, 9 pitch at-bats that Aspen had to work through. And to Aspen's credit, she was able to strike Streetman out once in those at-bats, and that's exactly what you're looking for here.
We'll do it again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 9th pitch of the at-bat. Aspen Younts delivers. Ground ball up the middle. Bad hop away from Sandoval into center. And there are 2 aboard with 2 outs for Caitlyn Bates.
What an unfortunate hop for Sandoval. She was there. I think the glove probably would have made the glove play, at least stop the ball in the infield. I don't know if she would have made the throw to get Jones at first. But that took a gnarly hop off some sort of rock in the infield, and it's a stand-up single.
Natalie Jones has hit safely now in 4 of her last 5. She went 0 for 3 in the final game last weekend at home against Northwestern. Had 2 hits in today's first game. Now gets a 2-out single. And if one more reaches, the tying run comes to the plate here, the 4th for the Crimson Storm. Caitlyn Bates is struck out swinging, flied out to center. In comes the pitch, and it's in there for a strike, took something off of it and got the call at the letters. Oh, and 1 the count. Big moment of this ball game. Approaching the midway point. Here's the pitch. Same spot. 0-2. She took something off of that one.
2 off-speed back-to-back. I love that call from Coach Maples. That's when she's gotten multiple strikes back-to-back. I think these hitters are expecting a fastball off the off-speed, and Aspen's gone back-to-back off-speed twice now in this game.
Good look at Aspen Younts. Here's the pitch. Bouncing ball to second. Charging is Reese. Adding to first and out at first base. And just barely was Caitlyn Bates. 1 run, 2 hits. No OBU errors and 2 left. Halfway home in the final game of the series this year between SNU and OBU. It's 8-4 Bison of the Bison Sports Network.
Noble McIntyre.
And I'm Jordan Klinger of McIntyre Law.
The devastation of losing a loved one is impossible to measure. When it happens because of someone else's negligence, the grief can be overwhelming. Wrongful death cases are unique.
Whether the cause was an automobile, semi, motorcycle, medical malpractice, or job-related accident, we can help.
If you want to know more about your family's rights, call us. The consultation is free. We love what we do, and we're good at it. We are trial lawyers. Call McIntyre Law today.
To the bottom of the fourth inning we go. 8-4. OBU with 7 of the first, 1 of the second. Southern Nazarene with 3 in the second, and a single tally in the top of the fourth. Bison with 10 hits. They've doubled up SNU in the hit category, 10-5.
For the Bison, first baseman, number
Shelby
16,
Warden,
Shelby
who has
Warden.
2 hits to lead off here in the fourth, excuse me. Here is the first pitch. It's a strike, and it is 0-1. Hannah Sattler has worked officially 2 1/3 innings. Came in as the third of 3 pitchers for the Storm back in the first. Fastball high, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Credit to Sattler. She kind of steadied the ship for this Savage Storm team. After what was looked to be a devastating first inning, she came in third pitcher in the first and has allowed 1 since, but has really done a good job.
Called strike. Advantage to Sattler. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Great off speed. Had a lot of top spin on that changeup as it died right at the bottom of the zone. That's a tough pitch to look at.
In high school, Sattler was the Coastal Canyon Pitcher of the Year in 2020. For Royal High School in Simi Valley, California. That pitch fouled off the end of the bat, so Warden barely stays alive. Last year made 13 appearances, 27 1/3 innings, 13 strikeouts. Earned run average of 4.81. So Sattler's numbers about the same from her first to second year at the Division II level. Here is the 1-2 pitch. Way outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And Todd, in my experience, that's been the kind of the learning curve. I didn't make the biggest jump in my career until my sophomore to my junior year. Oftentimes your freshman year is just kind of analysis paralysis of trying to understand what's going on, getting a hang of it your sophomore year, and then really making your big leap junior year.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swatted one at the eyes and drives it straight back. Shelby's singles in the first and third innings give her her first multi-hit game of the season. She has hit safely now in 3 of 4 games since what appears to be taking over the full-time first base starting duty job. Here's the 2-2 pitch again, and again it's fouled back by Warden.
And Warden came in, you look back to that first game in the Southeastern Series, came in as a pinch runner originally for Emily Richardson, came around the bases, got called at third on an out, but then you look back at her piece of base running on the overthrow at third, and ever since she's been to that scoring run, she's kind of riding high.
Here's the 2-2 offering. Again, she fouls it straight back. Been really impressed with Shelby Warden. Shelby, a sophomore from just outside Fort Smith, Arkansas, played at Southside High School. So a couple of hours east of here on I-40. Liner into center field, that'll drop for a base hit. Sometimes all it takes is a chance or two, and you can't get them out of the lineup, and that appears to be the case with Shelby Warden.
And it feels like that's the case with a couple of players on this Oklahoma Baptist lineup. You think about Gwen Miller, who's a freshman that stepped in, Reagan Ford, who stepped in, Sammy Green, all who have had these opportunities and made the most of them.
Emily Smith, been hit by a pitch, also has singled, scored a run of the ball game. 8-4 after 11 hits now against 3 Southern Nazarene pitchers. They show bunt. It's bunted back to the circle. Only 1 play, though. And Sattler will throw to first with Jones, the second baseman, covering. So it's a sacrifice. And that is a 1-4 sacrifice. So let's see if Gwen Miller can deliver another run for the Bison.
Number 11.
That was a great bunt by Emily Smith, forcing the pitcher Sattler to come and field that ball. Then the first baseman also had to come, so there was no play at second because the second baseman had to cover.
Righty versus righty in the first pitch. Change up, a swing and a miss for a strike. It's 0-1. Gwynn 0 for 1 against Sattler, struck out swinging back of the third. You know, it seems like in all sports nowadays, Zach, that freshmen are asked to do more than they maybe ever were. There's a fastball strike at the outside quarter. It's 0-2. Meaning you have people like Gwynn Miller, even like you as a freshman, that were asked to play more than they were 10, 15 years ago. And kids have to grow up and have to learn with a lot of failure in the process of doing it. Rise ball's upstairs, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And talking to Addie Reese and Josie Sparks earlier last week about what it was like, the dynamic between the older, kind of the old guard and this new guard, and a lot of what it is learning when your opportunities come to seize those opportunities. You may not be the full-time starter. You may only get bats here or there, but taking advantage, as there's a fastball that misses outside, taking advantage of those opportunities you get, and understanding just because you get that opportunity doesn't mean you're the full-time starter. You still have a role on this team, but being the best role player you can be to build that experience to become a great player.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Gwynn Miller, the third baseman. Here is Sattler's pitch, and she chased one away but stays alive. How difficult, and you played at a large high school in Texas that is the equivalent of a lot of Division II and certainly Division III programs, but still, physically and mentally, how difficult is it making that jump and having to compete right away from a senior in high school to a freshman in college?
No matter what the jump is, you can go from Division II to Division III as a foul ball rocketed down the left field line. No matter where you go, it's more of a culture shock than anything, because you went from you were the man to everybody's on scholarship now. Everybody was the man where they came from, and the dynamics are different. But the main thing is that the game is so much faster. No matter what sport it is, softball, basketball, baseball, the game is so fast. So there's another fastball that misses outside for a full count, and you have to adjust to the pace of the game. For us, our saying is act fast, see slow. So the game has to slow down for you, and that's just a confidence thing more than anything.
3 balls and 2 strikes. In comes Sattler's pitch. And a little changeup. Popped up behind the circle. In from short comes Sullivan for out number 2. So a long battle ends with a victory for Hannah Sattler. And it's up to Sammy Green here in the OBU fourth. Yeah, that's a term you hear a lot. Team or individuals making the transition from high school to college, they figure it out once the game slows down. Sammy with a 2-run single as part of the 7-run first. Jumps to the pitch, lines it foul, and it's strike number 1.
And one of the biggest learning curves you'll see for younger players is learning how to play without being in rhythm, learning how to come in. You think about Stephanie McDonald, who's one of the greatest examples of that for this OBU softball team, coming in pinch situations and being successful even though you're not in rhythm.
0-1 pitch, hit off the end of the bat, rolled foul up the first base side, and it's strike 2. And I would think, being a young person, where you come from, everybody that plays at this level has been good at their own respective schools. You haven't had a lot of failures. You have to learn to deal with disappointments and failures making that transition.
And for me, it was in practice. That's where I got to experience failure for the first time, playing against guys who really, we were 2s and 3s on the depth chart and still getting beat.
0-2 pitch, little tapper, could be trouble, charging from third, Evans, the throw offline, and that's going to allow a run to score. Digging for second base is Ford, she'll slide in safely, and there's an old saying, that's what speed does. Right there, Reagan Ford forced Hayley Evans to rush the throw.
You're absolutely right, and Sammy Green digging that ball out to first, you know that throw has to come fast, and you have to be able to make that adjustment, and you almost kind of rush yourself into a false sense of worry there.
Here is Reagan Ford. That was Green. The first pitch is a strike away. It's 0-1. I honestly think that's an infield hit error. I think she beats that throw, and then the throw got away to allow the run to score, so no RBI. That's the 12th hit of the ball game now for the Bison. They have scored it that way. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Reagan Ford.
And you're right, the psychology behind failing when you first get into college is one of the things that athletes have to overcome. And you see the young cream of the crop rise really quick, because who can deal with failure? As there's a strike called in the outside zone there on a fastball. But the younger players that you'll see succeed are the ones that can put their ego to the side and understand, I'm going to fail at this level because everybody's great. But it's about how you respond to failure, and how it depends on how you succeed.
1 ball, 2 strikes. OBU leads it 9-3. A little slapper into shallow center field. They'll put the brakes on Sammy Green. Now the throw into second, and safe at second base is Reagan Ford. So they threw towards home plate, and that was enough for Reagan Ford to be aggressive. And she just did slide in head first, as you can see there on the screen, underneath the tag of Sullivan.
And that is the value of the speed of the back half of this Bison lineup. That's now back-to-back. We saw Emily Smith get home, or rather Shelby Warden get home from second on a bunt that was able to work her around and play small ball.
Here's Addie Reese, 9-4 Oklahoma Baptist. The pitch is low, 1 ball, no strikes. I have to tell our viewers that we're working on a project. And you know what that project is? We're going to have the big guy take a couple of cuts against Hayley Jones. He thinks he can hit her. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Popped up on the left side of the infield. Sullivan underneath it, has it. Hit it over. The OBU gets 1. They do it on 3 hits. There was an error, and 2 left. We move to the 5th. It's now Oklahoma Baptist 9, Southern Nazarene 4 on the Bison Sports Network. Bison softball today, presented by McIntyre Law, with over $200 million in compensation, won for their clients. OBU alumnus Noble McIntyre and his team are ready to help you if you've been injured and need an experienced attorney. Learn more today at McIntyreLaw.com. 9 runs, 13 hits for OBU. 4 runs, 5 hits for Southern Nazarene, each team with an error. The error for Southern Nazarene at the bottom of the 4th led to the 9th run of the ball game for the Bison. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 coming up for the Crimson Storm. Emma Swearingen to lead off. She's homered and walked against Aspen Younts. Aspen looks to the dugout, gets the sign, brings it home, and a line drive into left field off the fence. And Swearingen is digging for second as the ball got away from Smith. And the throw comes in late, so it's a double. A little more elevation, and that cuts it to a 9-5 game.
A great piece of hitting by Swearingen there. Again, taking the ball where it wants to go, the inside fastball. She's turning on her hips and getting the ball out to left center field.
Haley Fellers will bat. She singled, scored a run, struck out swinging in the 3rd. That is the 6th hit for Southern Nazarene of the ball game. So Aspen Younts has worked with the advantage the entire evening after OBU scored 7 in the 1st.
Pitch running, Noah Dodson.
Noah Dodson, who came in and ran to the first ball game, will run at second base now for Swearingen. Let's see how Haley Fellers plays this. You know, you have a 5-run lead, which is pretty comfortable. But with the exception of the first, Aspen has not had a stress-free inning. And there's a little liner into right field. They'll put the stop sign up as the throw comes home, and it was a strike from Reagan Ford. Which brings me to my point. I think Sam Maples would probably like to get Younts a 7-inning game. I think she definitely wants 5 out of her, and then if this thing tightens up, you see Kaylee come in for a 2-inning save. I just don't think OBU is going to let Southern Nazarene back in this ball game much closer without seeing Jones again. They need this win.
You're absolutely right. I think Jones is going to be the answer here. But, again, credit to Aspen Yount. She's been in this situation a couple times in this game, and she's bowed her back, and she's really damage controlled and not allowed much runs to come across the plate. So I would look to see Aspen get the chance to fight.
Yep, she's faced base runners at all but the first, only allowed 3 of the 4 in that second inning. The first pitch fouled back by Hayley Evans. Can see Southern Nazarene, though, starting to get more and more comfortable against Aspen the second and third time through the lineup, as you would expect. A lot of black, white, and gray out there today. Not much offsetting colors. You can see it on the screen. 0-1 pitch. Gloved at third. Miller looks to second, goes to first. Runner holds at third. And there's one out. Second and third now for Southern Nazarene.
And Todd, I don't know if you can say enough about the play Miller's given this Bison team at third, allowing Josie to go back behind the plate to catch her to her natural position. Her play in stepping up as a young freshman, talking about these freshmen stepping up earlier, is really allowed for some flexibility in the defense for this Bison defense without drop-off.
Sullivan a sacrifice and a foul out on a good play by Reagan Ford and right. Waits the first pitch, and it's a fastball at the inside half for a strike. 0-1 the count. Telling you, Gwen shares greatness. It's the last name.
Oh, I appreciate the humility in that statement.
I didn't say it was me. There's a lot of great Millers. I may not be one of them. A 1 pitch. Fouled up, and Josie Sparks got tangled up and couldn't make a play on it, so it's no balls and 2 strikes. Poor Josie, that's exactly what I would have done if I was in catching gear.
Talking about greatness in Miller.
Except
that's
it would have been that graceful.
Yeah, well, I'll make you a deal. If I have to face Caitlyn Jones, the strikeout leader in the conference, you're right behind me, and we'll both get a chance at her.
I'll do it.
And see. Oh, I'll do it too. I don't mind. That's what I was telling Todd off air after he talked about it earlier. If I lose to Caitlyn Jones, and I'm losing to the best in the nation, in my opinion, and so there's not a lot of pride there when you're losing to greatness.
No balls, 2 strikes. Up and in. That may have got a piece of her. No, it hit her bat, so it's nicked foul. You know what? There's a heck of a lot better people with a bat in their hand that have failed against Caitlyn Jones no worse than I would fail. I can assure you that.
Absolutely.
I do want to do that. I think it'd be fun.
I agree.
If she hits me, I'll die, though. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Little fister up the third baseline. Started fair, rolled left.
Speaking of hitting, I don't know that pitch wouldn't have hit Sullivan at the plate had she not taken a swing on it. That was in high and tight on the hands, and that may have hit her wrist had she not come through.
That's actually the second in a row, Zach, that almost hit her.
Mm-hmm.
Brooklyn Sullivan with an RBI opportunity. A base hit perhaps cuts it down to a 3-run game. So Aspen Yount's at a rocky part here of the 5th. And a pop-up on the infield. Sandoval moving towards the bag, has it. And that is out number 2. Great job by Aspen Yount, and Hannah Morales will be the batter.
In a big at-bat here for this Bison team and for the Savage Storm, you have to think, or Crimson Storm, excuse me, I'm thinking of Southeastern, but this is kind of, it seems like the swing point in this game. Southern Nazarene has a chance to blow it open, and Aspen Yount has a chance to slam the door.
Morales is 0 for 1 with a sacrifice RBI. Southern Nazarene with 2 on, 2 out. They had runners at second and third and 1 out. Once more, Yount asks for a new ball. Count is 1 ball, no strikes to Morales. Outfield straight up, fairly deep. The pitch, little check swing roller to third. Should get him out of it. Miller to first, out, and the inning is over. A double and a single, both stranded. 2 left for Southern Nazarene. We go to the bottom of the 5th. In Shawnee, it's 9-4 Bison of the Bison Sports Network.
How can you describe Whataburger's honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich? The chicken just has a certain... And then there's the sauce that just gives you a little bit of... And the cheese? It's the exact right amount of... It's almost too hard to put it into... Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich at Whataburger. Just like you like it.
We move to the home half of the fifth at Bison Softball Park at Shawnee. Beautiful spring night here on campus. 9-4 Oklahoma Baptist. I'm Todd Miller. He's Zach Frazier. Zach will be with me at least for 2 of the 3 games in baseball this weekend. He has a day job that he has to take care of Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. He moonlights as a broadcaster. Cheyenne Sandoval to lead off. And the first pitch is in there for a strike from Sattler. 0-1 the count.
And I don't mind this switch for Cheyenne to start slap hitting, maybe start to move around in the box a little bit, kind of change it up, and maybe start to kind of see some sparks coming from her bat.
Here is the 0-1 pitch from Hannah Sattler. And that was slapped right to the third baseman, Evans.
Credit to Evans. She's had a couple of really hard balls head her way today. She sat on that. The ball came right at her really fast, and she just caught it and handled it smoothly.
She had her played perfectly. She was about a step and a half, 2 steps inside the bag at third. So, therefore, she was able to play out of the fly, not the hop. And here is Josie Sparks. And once more, they go out to discuss how they're going to deal with Josie. Sparks, I'm going to call it an intentional, unintentional walk back in the third. I really only gave her 1 pitch, and it was when it was 3-0, and she let it go by. They walked her in 5 pitches. She has fouled out and hit a 2-run home run, her team high 9th of the year, tied her for 6th in the conference. First pitch on the outside corner for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Credit to Hannah Stowler. She's found that outside fastball to be a strike all day today. You go back to the 2 times she's had that happen now. Gwen Miller had the at-bat with 2 straight of those fastballs, and Josie, the one she hit the foul ball.
In comes the pitch, way outside, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Bison on the road for 3 this weekend. They then go to Texas Woman's University down at Denton next Wednesday. 4 afternoons games against the Pioneers before traveling again to Southern Arkansas in 2 weeks. 1 hopper to short, fielded by Solomon over to first, and it's out number 2. So a tough stretch upcoming for Sam Maples' club, as they will play their next 8 games away from Shawnee. Their next home game will be at 5 o'clock here against Arkansas Monticello on April the 22nd. Friday night, Saturday afternoon doubleheader against the Cotton Blossoms. That'll be our next softball action of the Bison Sports Network. First pitch strike to Campos, and it's 0-1. On the reverse, we're about to see a lot more of the baseball Bison starting this weekend. Late swing and a foul ball back to the screen. It's no balls, 2 strikes. OBU at home for 3 with Northwestern. They're home for a midweek game next week. And then a huge series looms in a couple of weeks against front-running, nationally ranked Southern Arkansas at Bobby Cox Field. No balls, 2 strikes. Another foul ball back to the screen. If you'd like to see home softball and baseball, simply purchase tickets in advance, obubison.com/tickets.
And it is well worth to watch either the softball team or the baseball team at home this year. Softball team, some nationally ranked pitching and some nationally ranked hitting, as there's a fly ball out to right field.
Fellers has it, and that'll do it. So a 1-2-3 fifth for Settlers. We go to the 6th. Oklahoma Baptist 9, Southern Nazarene 4 on the Bison Sports Network.
Yes. Whataburger's Honey Barbecue Chicken Strip Sandwich. It's just so, it's almost too hard to put into words. The Honey Barbecue Chicken Strip Sandwich from Whataburger. Just like you like it.
Go to the sixth with Aspen Yount still out there with a circle, commanding a 5-run lead. 9-4 OBU. It'll be 9-1-2 due up for the Crimson Storm. So 6 outs away for Aspen Yount from pitching OBU to their first win of the year against Southern Nazarene. Their first as a program against their rival since 2019. And for Aspen, it would be her 8th win of the season. Here's Sydney Everhart. She has reached twice, homered back in the 4th inning over the left field fence. First pitch is outside. Ball number 1. Aspen Yount brings it home. Swing and a miss. Boy, that's a nasty off-speed pitch with a lot of bite to it, and it's 1-1.
And we've seen Aspen have control over a nasty off-speed changeup there. And it seems like she hasn't gone to the well as many times a day as she does when she's usually dealing it her best. But, you know, that's to her credit, she's been successful today despite having a couple of runs scored on her.
1 ball and 1 strike. Aspen Yount working to Josie Sparks. Another off-speed pitch for a strike, and it's 1-2. Start times this weekend for Bison baseball against the Rangers. 6 o'clock Friday night, doubleheader at noon on Saturday. Tickets available, obubison.com/tickets. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yountz's pitch downstairs. And I'll tell you this, you better be on your best behavior, because my friends at the Bowl will have us on and watching up at Alva. They've already told me that. They carry all the Northwestern athletic events. Pretty cool. It's a restaurant. We'll leave it at that. 2-2 pitch. And a swing and a foul tip. So down goes Everhart. And a big strikeout here for Yount to start the 6th.
And to be fair, I don't know if I'm ever on my best behavior, but I will wear my nice dress pants for the rest of this broadcast.
Oh. Liana Hasheki to bat. A couple of walks, a fly out to left. Hasheki, we told you, the first ball game went hitless. She had hit safely in 6 straight, all multi-hits. Jumps on that pitch and grounds it into right for a base hit. Well, she has a chance, to me, to be the next really, really good player at Southern Nazarene.
And Reagan Ford, again, being aggressive out in right field. She has given every single time that she's had a ground ball with any type of pace hit towards her, she wants to throw those runners out at first. And credit to her, she already got one earlier today, and she's forcing every single Southern Nazarene hitter that gets a bat on the ball to run to first.
Monomog usually is in right with Ford in left. They've changed that today. Ground ball, third, diving stop Miller, then she throws it into right field. Now they're going to throw into second with a chance at the out, and safe at second base is Natalie Jones.
And you know what, Todd? I think that may be the first true error we've seen from Gwen Miller at third since she's kind of taken over that spot full time. Obviously, you wanted to throw that ball hard to be able to get a chance to turn two. Sometimes it's just smart to take your medicine and throw it to first to get the single out.
Fielder's choice E5, the scoring. Here is Caitlyn Bates, as OBU will be forced to pull the infield in now. Monomog out as she's been slumping. They move forward from left to right, put Emily Smith into the outfield and left. Here's the first pitch, inside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. And again, you talk about Sam Maples seeming to push the right buttons. She would tell you that's not true because they haven't won enough. Downstairs, it's 1 ball and 1 strike. But the job that Sam has and continues to do with this program is first rate, I'm telling you. OBU is very lucky to have her. Win of this one would give the Bison a new Division II era record for most victories, 22. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And a hard hit ball foul on the third base side. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Everhart struck out swinging. Hasheki singled, went to third on a throw-it error by Gwen Miller. That was a fielder's choice that Natalie Jones now stands at second. It is the third consecutive inning that Aspen Yount has had at least 2 Southern Nazarene base runners to face. Infield pulled in for OBU. Here's the pitch. Fly ball down the line and right, and Ford giving chase, cannot get there. And it will drop foul. It's one of those that if she makes the play, her momentum is carrying her away from the field of play. It's probably an easy opportunity for Hasheki to tag and score. But leading by 5, you would trade it out for a run.
And I think you're right, but I mean, you think about that's the exact situation we had with the first base Friar. If you go back to Southeastern, where Shelby Warden was able to score for the game-winning run, that's the exact same situation, a foul ball play pushing you away to the first base dugout.
1 ball, 2 strikes. That one was up at the eyes and swatted foul. So another long battle between Aspen Younts and a Crimson Storm hitter. Top of the 6th, 9-4 OBU. Southern Nazarene has won the first 2 games of the series, 1-0 and 1-0 in pitching matchups between Romero and Hayley Jones. 1-2 pitch, checked her swing, and lines it foul on the first base side.
And that's the second time you go back to last inning. Morales did the same thing with the check swing that ended up rolling fair and getting thrown out at first by Gwen Miller. It seems like Aspen Younts has a great knack for being able to find the ball or find the barrel of the bat on those check swings.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 on, 1 out. In the 6th, the pitch is low and away, and it's 2-2.
Credit goes to Josie Sparks for not letting a pass ball go by there. Ball missed outside, low in the zone, hit the chalk on the left-handed hitter's batter's box there, and she kept a run from across the plate.
Bison about to embark on a 7-game homestand in baseball. 3 this weekend, Eastern in for a midweek game next Tuesday. That pitch just in tight, and it's 3-2. And then Southern Arkansas comes in April the 15th and the 16th. That's Easter weekend.
Oh, I love to tell the joke, Todd, all the time. I said you can play the directionals in Oklahoma. You can pick 2 directions, north and south, and then put state at the end of it, and you'll have a school here in Oklahoma that comes here to play.
It's great. 3-2 pitch. Popped up, shallow right, out from second goes Reese. She'll make the catch, and the runners cannot advance. So there's 2 out. It's terrific. Swearingen has doubled, homered, and walked. So she has been a difficult out for Aspen Younts in her prior 3 matchups.
And you might want to employ the Josie Sparks method here, which I think that may be what this conversation is. If it's not a change, then I think it's going to be the exact same thing of what we've seen happening against Josie Sparks here. It's, hey, we're going to give her pitches that are close, but not anything in the zone. We're going to make her slap at it. If she wants to take a swing at this at-bat, it can't be anything that looks good in the zone.
Well, Swearinger has a little bit of protection because the on-deck hitter is Fellers, who has a couple of hits in this ballgame. But I think you're right. You would much rather deal with Fellers and be careful with Swearingen. Bison fans, if you like golf, well, this is the time of month for you. Throughout the month of April, you can get 20% off golf products from shopobubison.com. Don't miss out on this great discount. Visit shopobubison.com today. Are you going to do any shopping?
If they're not selling some wedge skills, I don't know if I can buy. It's been tough sledding for me on the golf course the past couple of times. Haven't got a win against anybody I'm with in a long time, but you love to bring up the fact that I don't ever keep score, and I think that might be because I have a track record of not being too faithful with the score myself.
I think you got pencil whipped over spring break. You'll never convince me otherwise. I'm dying on that hill. Here's Swearingen. First pitch is high, 1 ball, no strikes. I don't think that happens all the time, but I think it happened with that guy.
Oh, man.
1 ball, no strikes, 2 on, 2 out in the 6th. 9-4 our score. That pitch is low. It's 2-0. By the way, they do have discount golf lessons with golf coach Mike Mandelapig at shopobubison.com.
That might be a good investment for me. That might be the way I need to invest.
Hey, what his squad had a really good weekend up in Kansas. Finished 5th at a really good Division II tournament hosted by Newman. 3 balls and no strikes. And see, Swearingen is not really getting much to handle with.
No, she's not, and that's exactly what you want. If you're Coach Maples, putting her on first is not the end of the world. You now have a force at every bag if the ball gets put in play. I think that's the right idea.
I had a 3-0. The count of the board is 2 balls and a strike. Here is Aspen Younts' pitch and a little pop-up that'll spin out of play. So the board is correct, and we'll see here in a moment. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I have it as 3-1 on my count. We'll see what the umpire. 2-2.
It is 2-2.
Okay.
Never questioned professionals in the next booth. Never.
I'm sure they'd say the same thing about us, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fastball high, and it's full. Sadly, I think they get their information from us.
That would explain a lot.
It would. So if you come out here and the scoreboard's not right, they're getting it from the broadcast crew. 3 balls and 2 strikes, a 5-run game of the 6th with 2 outs. And the pitch. Called third strike. Got her up and in at the letters. Looked tight, but a big call for Younts of the Bison. 2 left. 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 left. After 5.5, it's still 9-4 Oklahoma Baptist of the Bison Sports Network.
Noble McIntyre.
And I'm Jordan Klinger of McIntyre Law.
The devastation of losing a loved one is impossible to measure. When it happens because of someone else's negligence, the grief can be overwhelming. Wrongful death cases are unique.
Whether the cause was an automobile, semi, motorcycle, medical malpractice, or job-related accident, we can help.
If you want to know more about your family's rights, call us. The consultation is free. We love what we do, and we're good at it. We are trial lawyers. Call McIntyre Law today.
On to the 6th inning. OBU leading 9-4 over visiting Southern Nazarene. Brian Madden had a little word or two for the home plate umpire on his way across the field back to the dugout. And to be honest with you, I think Coach Madden had every reason in the world to be upset. Shelby Warden, who has a 3-hit ball game, that is a career best for her, takes the fastball high. It's 1 ball, no strikes. 2 of the 3 hits have come from the third pitcher, the second relief pitcher, Sattler from SNU. Sattler's pitch hit off the end of the bat, a slow roller, first base side, fielded by Sattler, underhands to first, 1 gone. Had a pool cued that one, did Shelby Warden, and that puts the brakes on a perfect day for her. Here is left fielder Emily Smith. Emily Smith has a sacrifice bunt last time up. That eventually led to an unearned OBU run back of the 4th. First pitch to Smith, it's a strike, it's 0-1.
And Todd, I think if you're a Bison fan at home, what the most encouraging part about what you're seeing tonight is that 5 out of the 9 members that are playing tonight in the field for the Bison are underclassmen. They're young. There's a lot of continuity that can grow.
Little Fister out to third, caught by Evans, 2 gone.
They can grow, and for me, I know the guys that as I was coming up, my sophomore year, my freshman year, certain guys were getting to play more than others, but at the same time, when you see someone that is young succeeding on the field, that pushes you to another level, and so I think this young group on this Bison team can grow together, and you'll see the next level of the softball program.
Here's Gwen Miller, an RBI double with the first. That made it a 3-0 game. OBU went on to attack 4 more on. They thus far have never looked back. A swing and a miss for a strike. It's 0-1. So it'll be a while before we'll see Sam Maples and the girls, but look forward to their homecoming later in the month of April against Arkansas Monticello. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And Miller, you can tell that earlier at bat, I think in the 4th inning where she took those 2 strikes outside in the zone, have kind of affected the way she's been at the plate. She's having to swing at all those pitches on the outside.
1 ball and 1 strike. In comes the pitch. Little Fister straight back, and it's 1-2. Well, when you have a bell cow like Hayley Jones, you're able to bring freshmen along a lot quicker maybe than you would have if you had struggled a little bit more in the circle. I know Sam was excited about the class last year and certainly excited about what she has coming in next year. 1-2 pitch is upstairs, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And I think that's the message, right, for Coach Maples, and that's what Coach Gothard, my offensive line coach, tells me every year. He's like, look, From the second we brought you on campus, I was recruiting your replacement, and that's exactly what it is. And rising tides raise all boats, right? So if you have a freshman that's good, that pushes the senior in that spot as well.
2-2 pitch, chased and missed. Down she goes. 1-2-3 and out in the sixth of the Bison. We go to the seventh. Last chance for the Storm. It's Oklahoma Baptist 9, Southern Nazarene 4 on the Bison Sports Network. We head to the top of the seventh. Last chance for Southern Nazarene, and they will send Fellers, Evans, and Sullivan up. Aspen Youts just 3 outs away from her first complete game since going the distance against Southwest Baptist here. That game was on March the 23rd. It was a 5-4 OBU win. And the numbers that day, much like today, are very similar. 4 runs, 8 hits for Southwest Baptist, 4 on 8 hits today for Southern Nazarene. In that game, she struck out 5 and walked 2. First pitch is a swing and a miss to Fellers for a strike. It's 0-1. 5 strikeouts today and a couple of walks make that 3 walks for Aspen Youts in this outing. Here is the 0-1 pitch. Downstairs and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. You saw that game, Zach. I know that you've talked to me about it before. Very impressed with Aspen. And it was a lot like this. She had to work around some base runners during that 7-inning victory. 1-1 pitch. Slap back to the netting for a strike.
And you're right, and that's kind of been the resiliency of Aspen Youts, I think, has been the storyline for her this year. Kind of, you mentioned earlier having the bell cow of Hayley Jones, and kind of pitching behind that can be difficult. Living up to that standard can be hard. And so I think what Aspen has had to kind of do is kind of develop her own style and not try to fit into the mold that Hayley Jones is, because she's not that kind of pitcher, but being successful in her own way.
Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. They'll throw to first, and there's one out here in the 7th. That was some nasty stuff from Aspen Youts. Aspen getting a congratulatory fist bump there from her third baseman, Gwen Miller. Here is Hayley Evans, 1 for 3. Since that win over Southwest Baptist, Youts has had only one other win. There's a called strike, and it's 0-1. And that came at a start at Arkansas Tech. The only win the Bison knocked off the Golden Sun of that series. Went 5 1/3. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fly ball into center field. Easy play for Green. She's there, and there's 2 gone.
Here we go, Andrew, right here. 4-4, right here.
We'll get a pinch hitter. Or will we? It is a pinch hitter. That is Anna Eisenhower, who hit the home run that turned out to be the only run for either side of the first ball game. Eisenhower. Eisenhower. Hits for Brooklyn Sullivan and takes low, 1 ball, no strikes. So the Crimson Storm down to their final match, and there is a brisk wind blowing. Nobody on, 2 out in a 9-4 game here in the 7th. Aspen Youts brings it home, off speed and a strike, and it's 1-1.
And we've seen Aspen, when she throws off speed, we've seen her and Coach Maples continue to go back to it, go back to back. We've seen a lot of 2 changeups in a row, and I would expect that probably again here.
1 ball, 1 strike. In comes Youts' pitch. Upstairs, it's 2-1. I said it after the Southeastern game. I'm going to say it again. I'm awful proud of Aspen Younts. You're handed a 7-run lead. You come back in the second, give up 3. All of a sudden, the other guy feels pretty confident. And they've had reason to feel confident because they've had runners in every inning since that 3-run inning. Fly ball into center field. That ball is gone. Eisenhower hits her second home run of the doubleheader. And it's a 9-5 ball game. But Younts has bowed her neck and not given in when she's had to against Southern Nazarene to this one.
And I think that's kind of been the trademark of Aspen Younts in the circle this year. Her grittiness and resiliency in the circle has been her hallmark, and that's kind of been a tough. It's been a kind of a difference of 2 games. When in the games that Aspen Younts has pitched, there's been runs, but that hasn't necessarily been indicative of how she's pitched. She's not going to be the strikeout queen that Hayley Jones is, but what she's going to do is she's going to put balls in play where her defense can make plays behind her.
Eisenhower out of Yukon High School, transfer from Butler County Community College in El Dorado, Kansas. Homered in both games of the doubleheader. Here is Hannah Morales, and the first pitch is popped back for a strike. It's 0-1.
And Younts, I think, knows that Morales wants to swing on every first pitch she's seen. She's only watched one go by, and that was because it was in the dirt earlier in the game. But now you're ahead in the count, and you continue to attack her because anything close, Morales has swung on today.
0-1 the count. Here's Aspen's pitch, fouled back, and she's reduced this game to a final strike. Barring something unforeseen, OBU is going to set a new Division II era record in victories with 22 and salvage a split of the day's doubleheader. That would be an unbelievable 2-out rally. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Popped it up, and that should do it. Miller going out, called off by Sandoval on the outfield grass. She has it, and OBU gains a split. It stops a 5-game losing streak in the process, head-to-head with Southern Nazarene. 1 run, 1 hit, the 7th final score. Oklahoma Baptist 9, Southern Nazarene 5. Our postgame show is coming up next on the Bison Sports Network. Todd Miller, Zach Frazier back here with you from a semi-happy Bison softball park. Semi because OBU loses the first game 1-0. Bounces back, scores 7 of the first, and never looked back, winning 9-5 today over Southern Nazarene. That snaps a 4-game SNU win streak, a 5-game streak for the Storm against OBU Bison dating back to 2019. OBU with the win gets their 22nd of the year, the 74th for Sam Maples, who currently is 4th all-time on the wins chart among softball coaches on Bison Hill. Southern Nazarene will dip to 16-19 of the season and 13-8 in Great American Conference play. The line totals 9 runs, 13 hits for OBU, 2 errors. They left 9 aboard. Southern Nazarene stranded 7, 5 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error. The winner is Aspen Younts. She goes the distance, her 7th complete game, her first since defeating Southwest Baptist here late last month. Aspen Younts now 8-6 with a victory. Chelsea Vandiver, who gave up a lot of the runs in the first inning, in fact gave up 3 of the runs in the first inning, will take the loss. She went 2/3 of an inning and will drop to 2-9. OBU again on the road this weekend for 3 games at Northwestern Oklahoma State in Alva, Friday night, Saturday afternoon, and then they will be on the road for the next couple of weeks until coming home late in April to take on Arkansas Monticello. Zach, I'm proud of the girls. Good bounce-back win. Proud of Aspen Younts today for what she was able to do to get a split of this doubleheader.
Credit to the offense, too, for giving her a little bit of maybe extra confidence going into that first inning with a 7-0 run, or up 7-0. But credit to Aspinalls, who had a tough inning. She didn't have really an inning today that wasn't faced with a little bit of adversity, and she bowed her back in every situation and pitched her way out of it.
All right, final scores, game 1. So the Nazarene 1, Oklahoma Baptist nothing to the nightcap. It's the Bison 9, the Crimson Storm 5. For Zach Frazier, the crew putting this broadcast on today, I'm Todd Miller. We'll see you Friday night, 5:55 before 6 o'clock first pitch for Bison baseball against Northwestern. Until then, good night from Shawnee.